Oh, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hope everyone's doing well. We'll be finally getting back to doing some more Dragonsword Awakening today. And hopefully we all have a good time. Hopefully people have been having a good week and summer so far. I know it's kind of closing in on the end of summer with the next month or so, but yeah. So just hope everyone's doing well. We might be doing a Taco Tuesday today. We'll see if Grin's available for that. No, that's fine. I'll just keep playing until around 5 or so. You're referring to which game, Nub?
누가 밀었어? 내 차례 아니잖아.
Okay. I hope it's been fun. I don't... Well, I saved myself. That's fun. Forgot that it's gotta mount up first before gliding. That's cool.
색이 없는 것들이야. 내가 도와줄게. 이게 내 검술이야. 이제 아프지 않을 거야. 나도 할 듯 했다고. 자기를 구하지 마라. 벌써 내 차례야?
Hmm. Come on. Take care, Nub. Hey, Pixie. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing okay. Moon is
심판이 필요한 자들이 있나요?
Breakthroughs. Yep.
좋아. 미끼 역할은 맡겨둬. 준비 다 됐어.
Yep.
심판한다. 죄인을 심판한다. 죄를 깨끗하게 벗겨주겠다.
I do love a good twin flail, or just flails in general.
네 죄벌을 받아. 네 죄를 알아보아라. 여신의 뜻을 심판한다. 인간은 정신 가치도 없다. 이게 제일의 최후다. 소드 큐어.
I mean, flails are just maces with a chain attached, essentially.
모두 실현줄게. 죄를 끊어주마. 사슬기지 않겠어. 둘이 셋. 네 죄를 알아보아라. 자비는 구하지 마라. 이제 나가라. 시리. 이겼네. 커플이야. 죄를 깨끗하게 벗겨주겠다. 좋아, 깔렸어. 이랑 견제하겠다. 보라라. 어서 내치기. 제발 부모를. 힐링 서클. 죄를 끊어주마. 수도 없어. 야, 좀 아플 거야. 성스러운 심판. 마무리. 이건 내 거야.
Yep. An adorable snowman. I mean, abominable. That works. Just needed a ring out.
안에 무엇이 들어있든 믿음은 흔들리지 않습니다.
How do I get this back without taking damage? Long way, it looks like. Also, Pixie, how's the Helldiver's been going for you when you've had time for it? A little bit, yep. Even kind of the animation. Where to go? Yep, this way. I think last I looked, I'm at 1100 super credits, so given another day or two, I should be able to get enough, as long as I can spend time doing so. I'd stream it, but it's not the most exciting loop. That's good. Well, either way, I look forward to the release of it. I mean, technically it's tomorrow. It also means some of my mods will probably break again, so... That should be fun, though. Yeah, that's a fun one, yeah, for sure. Plus, I mean, you'll get the additional mechs unlocked, which is always nice. The Lumberer and I forget the name of the shotgun shield one. How much is this asking for? Recommended 25. Okay. I'll come back for it then.
가치도 없다.
Precipitation. Odin, Village Smith, Forging Mold and Craft Equipment, Mining, okay.
소도, 난 싸울 거야.
The autoplay for this seems to be a little buggy. Well.
지금은 졸린데. 자, 이제 내 차례야. 정례 사격으로 대응할게. 야! 다친 사람 없어? 죄를 깨끗하게 벗겼겠다. 내 이름으로 없다. 이단 숨쉴 가치도 없다. 적당하군요. 제인에게 절퇴를! 죄를 알아보아라. 이게 내 검술이야. 신의 이름으로. 이단 단지하겠다.
Okay, well, she does some fun stuff with dodge attacks.
이제 아프지 않을 거야. 심판하자. 여신의 뜻을. 여신의 이름으로 이곳을 정화하겠습니다. 제인에게 죄를 깨끗하게 벗겨주겠다. 전부 처벌하겠습니다. 심판이 끝났다.
It's 3 different parts this time. Try to get a full set, so that way each of my characters have something to wear.
죄인은 이곳에 있습니까? 네 재벌을 받아! 여신의 뜻을 구하지 마라! 죄를 깨끗하게 벗겼겠다! 의미 없어! 이단 무심 가치도 없어!
Got an achievement for maintaining the Inquisition effect for 30 seconds or longer. That's cool.
반짝이는 재료가 몇 개 있었어. 다행이야.
No, let's see what we got at least. Excuse me. I didn't sleep too well.
여러 색이 있는 사람들이네. 튼튼하진 않은데 무거워. 차쿠한테도 맞는 게 있을까?
Do 2 and 3.
반짝이는데
믿어줘서 고마워. 이번엔 이걸로 할까? 괜찮아 보여. 새로운 느낌인데?
Titles. Standard stuff generally. Sell, I guess. Boons, cool. Currency dungeons.
심판이 필요한 자들이 단죄가 필요하다면 기꺼이 나. 여신의 이름 아래 심판하겠습니다.
준비 다 됐어. 차쿠, 준비해. 차쿠, 나타나. 차쿠, 이리 와.
자비는 구하지 마라. 여신의 이름 아래 심판하겠습니다.
Made airborne, critical bleed defense ignore.
이 정도면
For
적합하겠죠.
her. About an hour, I believe. No, 2 hours. You know, in about an hour, Bryn should be popping in. We'll see. Mhm.
여기로군.
그래, 교단의 병사들이 이쪽으로 들어가는 걸 틀림없이 봤어.
그것도 정의인 제2의 신전 기사단이었고.
신정 기사단이 이런 외진 숲까지 무슨 일로 온 걸까?
분명 용 숭배자 은신처가 이 근처에 있는 거다.
단장의 추론은 완전히 틀렸다고 생각하지만 신정 기사단이 왜 이런 곳에 온 건지 의문이긴 하네. 잠깐, 이쯤에서 위로 올라가자.
어? 신정 기사단들은 아랫길로 가는데 따라가지 않아도 되는 거야?
그대로 뒤쫓았다간 신정 기사단에게 발각당할 위험이 있어. 위쪽 길로 조용히 추적하는 게 좋을 것 같아. 단장 생각은 어때?
그렇지 않아도 그럴 생각이었다. 먼저 가 있을 테니 합류하도록.
야, 조용히 말해야지. 아주 추적하고 있다고 소문을 내지 그러냐? 카스텔라도 조용히 말해야 할 것 같은데. 삼킬끼지 않겠어. 네, 덤프리야. 여신의 뜻을
Have a good night, Pixie. Always good to see you. Of course. Rest well. I think these guys look cool.
좀 비켜봐. 완벽한 착지.
도대체 어디가 완벽하다는 거야, 이 멍청아! 카스텔라, 괜찮아?
응?
지금 바로 치료해줄게.
저는 이 사람과는 모르는 사이입니다. 아무래도 우리 망한 것 같은데. 이게 다 단장 때문이야.
모두 멈춰라.
저 사람 어디선가 본 적 있는데. 그러게, 어디서 봤더라?
동상이랑 똑같네.
동상? 그럼 설마...
제법 흥미로운 아이로구나. 뭐 좋다. 변수가 많을수록 운명은 재밌어지는 법이지. 이 자들을 모두 데리고 오도록 해라.
명령을 따르겠습니다.
어디로 가는 걸까? 젠장, 짐작도 못하겠네. 카스텔라, 그럼 저분이 육영웅이신 거야? 육영웅 동상과 똑같이 생긴 걸 보면 틀림없는 것 같은데.
아마도 광위의 성녀 이세라님일 거야.
류트, 네가 물어봐라. 우리 어디로 가는지.
아니, 왜 내가... 저기 정말로 육영웅 중 하나인 이세라 성녀님이신가요?
너는 육영웅에 대해 얼마나 아느냐?
네, 저는 그 나쁜 드래곤인 아루가를 물리치셨다는 거.
또
또요? 오르비스 왕국 광장에 동상이 세워져 있으시다는 거.
또
예? 또요? 육영웅인데 동상이 5개밖에 없다는 거?
너는 어째서 육영웅의 동상이 5개만 세워져 있는지 아느냐?
네? 모르겠는데요.
그 이유는 바로 6번째 영웅이 배신자이기 때문이다. 오랜만이구나, 루피.
넌 여전히 늙지 않는군, 이세라.
그 물건은 어디에 숨겼느냐?
아직까지도 그것을 찾고 있는 건가? 숨겨놓았다. 무슨 일이 있어도 너만은 절대로 찾아낼 수 없는 곳에.
루피, 이 배신자! 절대로 용서하지 않겠다! 루피!
이세라, 그만 포기할 때도 되지 않아? 이 이상 끝을 내도록
물건은 어디 있느냐?
이 모든 것이 너 스스로 자초한 일이다, 이세라. 드래곤이다! 성령님을 지켜라! 제게랄. 시계, 그때 놓치지 말았어야 했는데. 좋다. 이번에는 도망치게 두지 않겠다!
지켜다오.
리타,
유언을 남기겠다. 교단을 이끌 다음 성녀는 새벽의 성녀 오네트다. 오네트에게 전해다오. 나와 같은 길을 걸어서는 안 된다고.
이제 어쩌지? 별 생각 없이 왔다가 너무 큰 일에 휘말려 버렸네.
단장, 일단 성당에 가보는 게 좋겠어.
그래.
So this is how you get different elemental types.
전부 처벌하겠습니다.
자꾸 지금이야. 내 앞으로 와.
보관이 필요한 자들이 있나요? 기능만 충실하면 됩니다. 단죄의 도구가 하나.
이번에도 열심히 해볼게. 좋아, 마음에 들어. 괜찮아 보여.
반짝이는 재료가 많으면 좋겠네. 차쿠한테도 맞는 게 있을까? 나쁘진 않은데 무거워. 칼리엔이랑 세트면 좋겠어.
Once it's co-op content. Cool.
결국 그리 되었군요. 사실 이세라님의 죽음은 이미 각오하고 있었습니다. 항상 당신의 수명이 얼마 남지 않았음을 말씀해 주셨으니까요. 어쩌면 제가 준비를 마칠 때까지 기다려 주셨던 걸지도 모르겠네요. 궁금한 것이 있습니다, 오네트님. 저희가 용숭배자 은신처에서 숭배물을 챙겼을 때 실수로 드래곤 더스트가 외부로 노출되는 일이 발생했습니다. 그때 잔뜩 흥분한 상태의 하급 드래곤이 저희를 습격했었죠. 그리고 이번에 그 녀석이 또다시 나타났습니다. 그때와 같이 흥분한 상태로요. 혹시 저희가 가져왔던 숭배물, 아니 드래곤 더스트를 이세라 성녀님께서 가지고 계셨던 건가요? 그렇군요. 그곳에 드래곤이 나타난 건 우연이 아니었네요. 그 드래곤은 여러분이 노출한 드래곤 더스트에 이끌려 계속 뒤쫓고 있었던 모양입니다. 여러분들은 드래곤 더스트에 대해 얼마나 알고 계신가요?
마룡 칼라곤의 힘이 흩어지면서 생겼고 지금은 주요 자원이 되었다는 점이요.
네. 그리고 드래곤 더스트는 사용 정도에 따라 마물을 끌어당기는 힘이 있습니다. 여기까지는 잘 알려진 사실이죠. 하지만 인간이 일정량 복용하게 되면 한계를 뛰어넘는 힘을 발휘할 수 있게 됩니다.
네? 드래곤 더스트를 먹을 수 있다는 건가요? 그럼 저도 먹으면 더 강해질 수 있나요?
바보 같은 소리 하지 마, 류트. 드래곤 더스트를 복용하면 무조건 사망하게 되어 있어. 네, 아리아님의 말씀이 맞습니다. 보통은 한계를 뛰어넘기도 전에 곧바로 사망합니다. 또한 한계를 뛰어넘게 되더라도 그 순간은 잠시뿐. 육체가 괴사하고 끔찍한 고통을 겪으며 사망하게 되죠. 죽음을 유예할 방법은 주기적으로 드래곤 더스트를 복용하는 것뿐입니다만 완전히 멈출 방법은 존재하지 않습니다. 학회는 이 현상을 드래곤 더스트에 중독되었다고 표현합니다. 혹은 칼라곤의 저주라고도 하죠.
그럼 어째서 이세라님이 드래곤 더스트 중독에...
진룡 아루가를 쓰러뜨리기 위해서였습니다. 이세라님은 당시 자신의 힘이 부족했기 때문이라고 말하며 가볍게 넘기셨지만 아루가를 토벌한 이후 늘 끔찍한 고통을 겪고 계셨습니다. 매번 같은 부탁을 드려 죄송합니다만 부디 이 일은 비밀로 해주실 수 있으실까요?
솔직히 말하면 이번 일은 우리도 떳떳한 게 없으니까 비밀로 하는 게 맞겠지?
어차피 우리가 말한다고 이걸 믿을지는 모르겠지만 확실히 알려져서 좋을 게 없는 내용이네. 정말 감사합니다. 여러분이 교단에 보인 호의는 절대 잊지 않겠습니다.
이야기가 끝난 것 같으니 우리는 이만 돌아가겠다. 다음에는 더 좋은 상황에서 봤으면 좋겠군.
네, 다음에 뵙도록 하겠습니다. 여러분께 여신의 축복이 함께하길.
이거야 원. 본의 아니게 역사적인 사건에 휘말려 버렸네.
그런 사건에 휘말리고도 아무도 죽지 않은 건 정말 기적 같은 일이라고 생각해.
그나저나 아까부터 웬일로 조용하냐? 무슨 생각을 그렇게 해?
성녀와 싸웠던 그 남자 강하더군. 나와 비슷할 정도.
단장의 터무니없는 자기 평가는 그렇다고 치더라도 육영웅의 비밀을 하나 더 알게 된 것 같네.
분명히 배신자라고 했었지? 그럼 다른 영웅들을 배신한 걸까?
아직 제대로 이야기를 들어본 게 아니니 속단할 수는 없지만 일단 이 일에 대해서도 잊고 있는 게 좋겠어. 성녀님이 드래곤 더스트에 중독되었다는 것보다 심각한 이야기라 우리가 감당할 수 있는 게 아니야.
뭐 됐어. 어차피 이제 엮일 일도 없을 테고. 우리는 우리 길이나 가자고.
그래, 이제 단장의 쓸데없는 행동에 넘어가지 말고 용병답게 의뢰를 하러 가자. 용병 길드 사무소에 괜찮은 의뢰가 있으면 좋겠네.
요즘 우리 용병단 평가는 좀 어때? 이번에는 제대로 된 의뢰를 받을 수 있을까?
아휴, 상황이 나쁠 때 오셨네요. 이미 들으셔서 아시겠지만 성녀 이세라님께서 돌아가신 것 때문에 용병 업계도 분위기가 많이 가라앉았어요. 다들 이세라님을 추모하는 의미에서 아주 급한 일이 아닌 이상 의뢰를 요청하지 않고 있으니 일이 아예 없는 상황이에요. 아무래도 당분간 일은 쉬어야 할 것 같네. 아주 급한 일만 의뢰로 요청된다면 아마 우리가 받을 수 있는 의뢰는 없겠지.
어쩔 수 없군. 내가 다시 한번 노덴과 단판을 지어서.
네 헛소리는 당분간 안 들어줄 거야. 자, 우리는 이렇게 된 이상 좀 쉬자고. 그리고 이럴 때 아니면 또 언제 쉬겠어? 우리 그래도 한동안 열심히 했잖아.
그럼 조금 늦은 감은 있지만 새로운 막내를 위한 용병단 회식이라도 해볼까?
웬일로 마음에 드는 의견을 내냐? 난 찬성이야.
시기가 좋지는 않지만 확실히 지금이 아니면 기회가 없을 수도 있겠네.
복잡한 생각 따위는 오늘 전부 날려버리는 거다. 자, 당장 상점가로 출발한다. 이제 휴식은 끝이다. 오늘이야말로 길드 사무소에서 반드시 제대로 된 의뢰를 바꿔야 말겠다.
단장, 요즘 일이 없어서 심심한 건 알겠는데 애니 단장은 당분간 출입 금지라고 했어. 아무리 애니라도 매일 사무소에 쳐들어가면 화가 나겠지.
단장 쉬고 있을 때 자주 안 보이더니 그런 짓을 하고 있었던 거야.
하지만 우리도 의료에 대한 고민을 해봐야 해. 용병단 운영 자금이 바닥을 치고 있거든.
확실히 뭐라도 좀 해야겠는데? 그럼 내가 대신 앤한테 가볼까?
별로 좋은 선택은 아닌 것 같은데.
아니, 내가 그래도 조니보다는 저거 그 심판관 아니야?
그러네. 누구를 찾고 있는 건가?
심판관이 찾고 있는 사람이라니 어지간히 운이 없는 녀석이구만. 우리를 보고 있는 것 같은데 뭔가 이쪽으로 오는 것 같지 않아? 어? 대체 왜? 우린 아직 아무것도 안 했다고. 카스텔라, 그건 앞으로 뭔가 할 거라는 소리야?
여기 있었군요.
아하, 나와 승부를 내려왔나? 마침 한가하던 차에 잘 됐군. 은별아!
당신과 쓸데없는 말할 시간 없습니다. 성녀님께서 당신들과 할 이야기가 있다고 하셔서 전하러 왔을 뿐입니다.
오네트님께서요?
자세한 사항은 가서 들으시죠. 성녀님의 말씀을 거절하실 생각은 아니라 믿겠습니다.
Hey, Cat. Good to see you. Friends should be joining our Talk for Tuesday here soon, in about 10 minutes. Skill growth. Can I rank up?
준비해
Yet?
찾고
Breakthrough after reaching novice. Okay. Hero's quest. Okay.
다친 사람 없어? 차.
Quests, it looks like, are steps. Just keep doing the main stuff then.
오셨군요. 다시 뵙게 되어 반갑습니다. 용병 여러분.
안녕하세요, 오네트님. 저희를 찾으셨다고 들었어요.
네, 이세라님의 장례식 준비와 관련하여 여러분이 도움을 주셨으면 합니다. 여러분은 교단과 인연이 깊은 데다 실력도 믿을 수 있으니까요. 무엇보다 이전에 하셨던 의뢰를 제대로 처리하지 못하게 된 것이 마음에 걸리기도 했고요.
좋다. 어떤 의뢰인지 들어보도록 하지.
사실 이전과 크게 다르지 않은 의뢰입니다. 저희가 발견한 용 숭배자들의 재단이 한 곳 있는데 그곳에서 숭배물을 찾아오는 일을 부탁드리고 싶습니다. 물론 이번에는 정식 의뢰로 남길 생각입니다. 교단에서 발견한 위험한 장소를 정리한다는 내용으로 남게 되겠지만요.
그런데 장례식 준비랑 용 숭배자 숭배물 찾기랑 무슨 연관이 있는 건지 모르겠는데?
실은 테레지아에게 지난번에 조니님이 찾아왔었다는 이야기를 들었습니다. 드래곤 더스트로 민심이 흉흉한 이런 때일수록 교단이 나서서 그들의 고통을 분담하며 함께해야 한다는 말씀을 남기셨다고요. 조니님의 말을 듣고 깨달은 바가 있었습니다. 그래서 드래곤 더스트를 시민 여러분에게 나눠드리고자 합니다. 이세라님을 추모하는 장례식이 더욱 의미 있도록 말이죠. 먼저 용 조각상을 만들고 조각상을 베는 의식을 치러 이세라님이 진룡 아루가를 물리치셨던 업적을 기릴 생각입니다. 이후 사람들에게 드래곤 더스트를 나눠주고 교단의 의지와 의미를 다시 한번 되새길 예정입니다. 장례식에 많은 분들이 참석하는 만큼 도움을 드리기에 가장 좋은 시기라고 생각했습니다.
용을 베고 드래곤 더스트를 나눠준다. 굉장히 상징적인 일이네요.
다만 많은 분께 나눠드리기에는 교단도 보유한 양이 적은 편입니다.
내 의견을 받아들였다고 하니 도움을 주는 것이 도리겠지. 좋다. 의뢰를 접수하겠다.
감사합니다. 어떤 함정이 있을지 모르니 부디 조심해서 다녀오세요.
적당하군요.
깨끗하게 벗겼겠다.
Hey, Fluff!
Hey, Gren. Good to see you.
How is your day going, buddy?
It's been going.
Been going?
Yep.
Oh, just going. Not the best day of your life?
Nope.
No. Something I always say to my mom, I'm like, how's it going? She's like, just going. I'm like, just going? But it's always one of those things. Same old, same old.
Yeah.
What was the best thing that happened to you today?
Um, talking to you, I guess.
Oh, what? What? Oh my God, you made me blush, Fluff. Well, I'll be. What do you call it? This game, man, looks so good.
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
Are the characters like satisfying as far as like their design and look? Because like Genshin kept up in the ante, and I wonder if it has like that level of like, oh no, they look different and pretty cool.
No, I mean, here's the starting character that you play as. He has
It's pretty good, yeah.
big sword, has a staff because he can heal,
Love that. So he's useful forever.
and then two of the unlockable characters that I picked. There's this lady. Where
A
is
little
she?
bit of a delay.
Yep. So let me know when you see her.
This one looks like the one that everyone's gonna pick, just because one, she looks absolutely stunning, but at the same time, I think she's also like one of the better characters in the game. No?
Yeah, she has a good DPS kit. She has 2 flails.
Oh, that's so sick. Oh, flails. Oh,
Yep.
that's so cool.
And since I have a version of the extra costumes and stuff, she also has this outfit as well, which also has
They also have costumes. Oh shit!
and
Oh,
also have
shit.
an alternate
It's crazy.
weapons that you can interchangeably use. You don't have to have the costume on to use it. Although
That's fun. Yeah, so you can change.
the only thing I don't like is that this costume lets you disable the veil, but you don't get to do that with the default. So,
I see.
but I like
Yeah,
the
they,
default as well.
that looks so good without the veil too.
Yep.
I see. So you can't do it with the default one. I see.
And then I also have this character, which is like an ice summoner. Let me actually find some combat to show you.
Okay.
Should be fine.
Cat thing. Oh, she got a giant. What is that? A griffin? Is that something? Is that a Harry Potter thing?
Yeah. You do get different mounts. You can have one equipped per character of a unique style. But
So
then
you've
you're
been playing this game for a good bit. I was gonna ask, what is the limiting factor that you felt, if any?
no, it's just like progressing, I guess, because
Progress? There's nothing like, oh, I'm playing the game and I'm like, yeah, the combat is not as deep as I would like it to be, or like, the quests are the same quest, go here, grab the shit, and then come back. Nothing like that?
yeah, I mean, it's got similar kind of gacha story design so far. They had to like convert everything from being a monetized gacha game, of course. So instead, like you can run dungeons and things as many times as you want. There's no daily limit. There's no energy system. But they still have like everything that they would have implemented. So one thing I can show you is that I said she was a summoner.
Oh. I didn't catch that. I just seen you throw ice bombs.
So she calls in this big, abominable snowman.
Big ice golem.
Yep.
That's so cool.
So you can kind of double as a tank because of that.
Oh, it does go through its cooldown pretty quick. How are the builds? Like, can you make her godly, or is it kind of like, it's about as much as every other gacha game, or like kind of?
Kind of hard to say. Every character has
deep
a bunch of skills that you can level up, and I haven't done much with that. Oh, I'm being attacked. Hold on. Got to take out these slimes.
Yeah, based on what you described, I feel like that makes sense as far as...
It's got a lot of similarities
like
to
the,
how Genshin and other gacha games function. It's just without the monetization to
I was
it.
gonna say, so it's like, is it like the team synergy stuff? So like most gacha games, the limiting factor is the fact that not like characters can only be so strong because that they're supposed to exist within a team, kind of variable. So.
I mean, each one has like a different damage types and combo system. So like one has ice, one bleeds, there's stunning, there's airborne mechanics as well, where you can knock enemies up into the air and do aerial combos. But all depends on kind of the characters you're choosing to use. They all tell you like which ones are recommended versus which ones are, well, it doesn't ever say like, oh, don't use these characters together. It's just some will synergize better than others.
I got you. Okay.
And very early on, they gave me 2 of the kind of fate ticket currency to unlock the ones that would have been like the banner characters.
Okay. Yeah. So how is that? So like, how is the gacha? Because this game is like this title of Scream is brilliant. Basically, it's like this is a gacha game that was converted into a normal game. So how easy is it to like get all of this stuff, like to get more characters and all that stuff?
So far, I'm only on, I guess, chapter 15, which I've done 2 streams.
That's pretty good.
So, and in that time, they gave me up to 2 exchange tokens or whatever, the Fates invitations. So I was able to pick Teresia and Dana, and then they just have the rest of these characters as well. But there's also a lot of characters that unlock
3 a team, right?
Yeah, 3 per team.
Yeah.
So like the kind of starting characters that I have here, plus there's the poison airborne character as well. That he's like the
leader.
leader.
Like hot swap to like your second team easily, right? Like that you're kind of like every other gacha game where like
I
once
think
you get
so,
your,
yeah.
your 3 set. Okay, yeah.
If I can find it, I think in the codex, I can even just go through all of the characters. So at a base, there's 19 total, which isn't too bad, especially since it's free. Well, not free, but unlocking them is free. So, of course, you have the initial team of Johnny's mercenaries, where you start as Lute, you then unlock Stella, Arya, and Johnny himself. And then through a bunch of, like, these are all characters that unlock through the Fate tokens, same with these 4. But then there's a handful of characters that are also unlocked through story. So, like, they have the King of the Realm, even, that is a playable character with a big sword and regal armor and everything.
Pretty cool.
She is also one that you unlock through the story. She's a pretty cool looking ice mage.
Oh no, this level. Okay.
I
like Ella Stone or Emma Stone. Emma Stone.
or Emma Frost. Yeah.
That's what
So
it is. I don't know
then the
what's
next
going on.
three, this one's one of the ones you get from the tickets, essentially.
Rena? What's Rena look like? Oh, that's Rena. Okay.
She's a kind of sword knight character, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Then there's
Oh, cute.
Astria,
Oh,
which
wow,
is
they actually have
giant
them bodies. That's really
crossbow,
cool.
and
Yeah.
she's more reminiscent of like heavy bow guns from Monster Hunter to a degree.
Yeah, Monster Hunter, I was gonna say.
Then
Who
Eileen.
was that one dude at the bottom?
Let's see. This is another character that unlocks. I guess he uses a spear. He looks
Yeah.
pretty cool as well. And
That's pretty cool. What was the lady beside him, the ninja? I'm kind of partial to that. Reminds me of that character in Genshin.
Yeah, and so she's one that some people like Boomstick Gaming, I think, was one of his first recommendations. Was this character? She's
Ooh. Damn.
similar to Johnny,
great.
but she's got daggers and poison and does a lot of aerial combos and stuff. So she seems pretty cool too.
Yeah, I feel like it's. Sorry, I wouldn't mean to interrupt. I was just gonna say, I feel like for like one of the things that they don't capitalize enough on is, especially with like carrot on a string kind of thing, is if they just gave you a ton of cosmetics for all these characters that you could like just go and hunt forever.
So they have cosmetics, but they're all purchasable. This is just separate DLCs.
So that's how they're gonna make some. I see.
So-
Okay, so it's not quite not completely gotcha. There is still monetary hooks in this game, which is
Right,
how
but they're
make money,
optional
probably. Okay.
cosmetic DLCs
Yeah.
as well. But they are planning
Mods
on
popping for this game.
maybe. I don't know. I haven't looked into it.
Maybe. Okay. Got it.
This is probably the third character I'm gonna get. He has like a big shield crest weapon that almost acts like a boomerang, and has like
like Sora a
buffs
little
and
bit, yeah.
buffs and I think it's 2 types of buffs and has like a decent combination. Though ironically,
He's a shielder type thing.
sort of. He creates like a big bubble of that buffs either damage or defense.
Okay. Yeah.
Um,
A supporter. Gotcha.
Ironically enough, he's like they recommend characters that I'm not likely to play, but they all kind of have different recommendations depending on each character. This is probably the one I'm like least interested in because she's like a baby.
Which one? Oh, Tira or something? Yeah.
Tart.
Ugh. Oh,
Yeah.
fuck that. Yuck. I don't know what it is about the face and cheeks like this. I hate it. Something about it, like,
but-
maybe it's like when you go to your grandparents' house and they got all those porcelain dolls on this thing, and you're just like, oh, fuck. Creeps me out.
But this character is one of the ones
I
that
like that
you can
one a lot,
unlock.
actually.
She has like a staff that actually acts more like a
Yeah.
scythe type of weapon.
Ooh.
And she's lightning themed, so that should be pretty fun when she's part of the
That's
main
surprising.
story as
I like that
well.
one. I like that one a lot.
I will say, like, when looking through, it's like I can kind of tell what characters would have been like a 4-star, because like this guy does not have that interesting of a design. He's like a sword and shield guy.
Yeah.
He's
The concept
fine,
art of the main character.
but like he looks like a character that would have been a 4-star for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, chances are same
I
with like a lot of some of the.
What's
other
the
character.
the one poison guy at the very beginning?
That's Johnny.
Johnny?
Yeah.
I wonder what he looks like, because I like the like muscular structure sometimes. It sometimes looks, it doesn't look as cool. It's still twink vibe.
I mean, they
With, like,
still
a giant
gave him
brute,
like actual
Yeah.
muscle tone and such.
tats
So,
and stuff like that. Yeah.
but yeah, none of the male
like the
characters are
chin
really
strip.
bulky. Most of them are just tall, skinny.
Well, some of the ladies look like they're actually filled out quite like not, you know, sometimes these games are like there's not a single slightly heavier lady in the whole roster. Like, okay. but
Yeah,
there's
they
actually
almost
seen that one
all
that
have
looks
different body types, which is pretty nice. They all ranged
Yeah,
and
yeah.
look different. Which is like, well, 19
crossbow lady,
characters.
yeah.
Yeah. Like, this is one that also has a light
What is your
crossbow.
level of enjoyment right now? What's your level of enjoyment?
I mean, I'm having fun with it. It's similar to how Genshin played, but I don't have to worry about like, oh, I gotta log in every day. I gotta go do this and that. I mean, they technically have like daily things you can do. Since it's like, essentially, it's like they took the whole system of the gacha game that failed, and then it was like, okay, well, let's just turn it into a single player thing and have most of the same mechanics, but not require
Yeah, I mean, I think that's actually really smart because, like, say if you have a job and you're like, I can only play like maybe twice a week this game, then having like those little XP bonuses every day would help you kind of catch up with the person that's able to sink like 14 hours in this game on day one.
Yeah,
I like that idea.
But they also have it where since there's no energy system, you can do, you know, like the
just let it rip.
armor and other relic dungeons and other things like that. You can do them endlessly. There's no limit.
That's awesome.
It's just
I
like.
hope they didn't fucking brutalize the drop chance on like artifacts. That's nice,
I didn't notice that. It's like every time I ran it, I got at least 2 pieces.
that's pretty good. It's really good, actually. Yeah.
But then they
Any
have it.
plans on what they're gonna do with this game?
It probably just depends on how well it sells, and I'm not sure if it has done well, since I don't know if it had a lot of advertising. Obviously, there's the
Yeah,
whole
no,
thing
that's
of like
right,
only Korean language. So
Yeah,
not
that's the only thing that really bummed me out. Yeah, which I was
But-
hoping that they would have like, some sort of like.
but I get it
feel
because
like that's
they
not
wouldn't have had
impossible to
they wouldn't have had the budget for that, especially since they had their falling out with the publisher as well. So I was
Yeah,
like,
I just feel like what do you call it with that? I feel like you know how Genshin has like multiple different things you can easily just download like the dub and it just pivots out. I hope like if this game does succeed and people buy it, which it seems like people have, even with the limiting advertising. Like I'd be cool if before they added like a big DLC they added that. But I have a feeling that that's how they're gonna probably do it. Is they're releasing the game right now with no advertising budget, and then eventually they're gonna relaunch it kind of with some sort of like expansion, whether it's DLC, whether it's whatever.
Yeah.
And now will be where they put some of the money that they just made from these initial sales into ads. And that to me makes sense. But I hope they also add the English because I feel like there's a lot of people that like don't want to have to read subtitles. Not everybody, but I think a good bit of people who just want to play COD and don't think. I feel like that's important to have in the game, maybe.
but to be fair, some people set it to whatever language they want and then just skip through everything, so then it doesn't matter too
That's
much. Some people have already been turned off by the pricing of the cosmetics, but it's like, well, like you don't have to
What
buy
are
like up to $20, but it's like, okay, fair enough. I mean,
For one or a pack?
I'm not sure. I think if you bundle it, it's cheaper in total.
Yeah.
Which they already are offering bundles for like additional mounts, additional skins, which don't do anything other than be cosmetic. So it's like, yeah, you don't need them if you want to support the game
think
that
it's-
way. It's an option that way. So
Yeah, I feel like a better deal with the whole cosmetic thing would be like just as far as like if you were a consumer in a business, how you would basically make it so that people don't have any like ill will towards you. Which already I think they're ahead because this could have been significantly more monetarily intense if they wanted to. But the idea that like, okay, let's say they released a bunch of skins and people really want them, but they're a little bit high in price, like $20, which is a little on the high spectrum of skins. But then maybe like 3 months later they release another like Gen 2 of skins, and then they package all those other skins into like a pretty good value deal for like a handful of them. So like it's about, if you want to get this thing right now, then you have to pay full price, which is the premium. But otherwise, if you just wait a little bit, you'll be able to get a lot of these skins in like a giant pack moving forward. I think that's what a lot of people would be like, okay, then it's my cost is just my impatience, which a lot of people want.
well, and that's
I
where
don't think it would take away.
at launch they already had that, where it's like, here's all the additional mounts you can get that would have been like premium, but instead you still have to pay for them, but it would have been like, built into their gacha system or whatever. So instead, they have it where you can just buy it in a Steam bundle, where they have like, here's all the mounts, and then here's all the cosmetics, and then they just also release like summer skins for a trio of the characters.
I seen wild.
Yeah.
Already day one, it felt like.
So they did that, and then some people were like, man, this is so expensive. It's like, yeah, well, it's bundled. You can, there's no restriction on what you can get there. And again, it's optional. It's like, if you want to support the game, go for it. If you want to have the skins for the characters, go for it. But it's also like doesn't affect the gameplay otherwise.
Oh no, for sure. I think it'd be interesting to see the modding community, because like I feel like that's the like ultimate razor against all this, which is like, wait, and the modders will maybe make you something that looks even better. But also, with that being said, though, I could see them I have a feeling that that's not going to be the case, unfortunately, because I was basically wondering what this game was going to be. This is like kind of the thing that everyone was looking at, which is like, how bad is the monetary thing going to be? Because the game still has to make money. Like they're not insane. So what are they going to kind of deploy? And it seems like they've deployed the skins, which I think is the least bad ending possible. But at the same time, it makes me wonder like, is that because I don't know, because Z's does it, but Z's might be also like making money 1,000 different ways. But the point is if you're like, okay, how we make money is by skins. So if we let modders make a bunch of fucking really cool skins for free, then that kind of takes away from our monetary strategy to be able to like support this game and actually support it. So it makes me curious if the modding scene will have any sort of flourishing, I guess.
I mean, with it being mostly a single-player game, it's gonna have mods. Like, if it's at all the same engine that like Genshin and otherwise uses, it should be more than capable of doing that. So, it's just, I mean, I can look into it. It's generally, I think, on Game Banana is where most gacha game-related mods are.
This game is pretty high on my like I want to play it, but I'm the whole like there's like already 5 games ahead of that I want to play that are like the only thing that makes me would like move this high up on the list is if I knew it was like perfect for me, which is if it had like an English dub, which it's stupid because I don't even like I'm kind of prone to that, especially at this point in my life where I'm skipping past most of the story unless it's
that's kind of my point of like, well, most people skip through it anyway, so does it really matter what language they speak?
Well, it kind of does if you have like 5 games ahead of you that are already kind of perfectly tuned to you, or games that don't even have a story, like Fortnite or something, like a huge expansion that they just released within it. So as much as I agree it does matter, it kind of does when you have, it's basically everything is relevant to the competition beside itself, right? So I find that stuff kind of difficult. But anyways, yeah, I still do. I haven't still played Doom Dark Age, or like DLC. I mean, like we played a little bit of it. I had a great time, and I'm just sitting there like, dude, I want to get back to it, but I already this week I have to set aside time tomorrow to make sure I can play Pal World, so I have some fucking progress outside of just streaming it. Because, yeah, but anyways.
No, it's like your priorities there. So
yeah, you gotta figure things out. How about you? How is everything priority-wise going with streaming, with playing the games, etc.? Have you managed to? It seems like these last couple weeks you were trying to find a. Well, I'm not sure if life basically forced you, or if you were just trying to find more of a equilibrium, a balance point within streaming and managing all these other things in your life. I'm just curious how that's going.
It's mostly been going fine. I've been enjoying having the days off that I have now. It's allowed me to kind of have more time to relax and do some other things that I want to do that I can't stream and other things like that. Of course, I had my birthday, I guess now 2 weeks ago.
Delayed birthday.
And it's been good. We had some good fun. We got to see the new Spider-Man film, which was really good. Definitely maybe one of the best Marvel movies in a long time as well.
Wow, okay. Yeah, I keep seeing shorts pop up on my feed about it.
It was like just handled quite differently from most other ones. It felt like a Spider-Man story without it being like, oh, it's going to be tied to this and this and this for these other Avengers movies or the things. Now, sure, he's probably going to be in the next Avengers, I think, maybe.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Yeah.
But I liked how...
Avengers is going to have a
yeah,
because I think Deadpool might be popping in. Oh, maybe not.
I don't know about Deadpool. I'm not sure about Wolverine, but it's going to have like a lot of the original X-Men from the old Fox movies. So it's going to have Cyclops. I think it's going to have Storm.
So I want to ask you about who's seen the movie, the Spider-Man movie. The only thing I've basically heard people say that it's super fun. It's like a fun movie. It's not trying to be like super crazy. It's just trying to have a fun time. If Punisher's in it and they're able to have fun, that's a really cool dynamic they were able to achieve.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say the one thing I did hear people say, which is like they did the kind of thing that like a lot of main thing me and you, at least I should say, I complain about whenever I see like females in stories is oftentimes they're like the worst version of female. Like they're like annoying, or not annoying, sorry, they're unreasonable. They're like every worst part about a dude. They're like, let's just make that, let's take all that and throw it into a woman, and that's what it is. And then the reason why I say that is because I hear people say that Jean Grey in this movie is rough. Like as far as, and maybe she has justification, but I haven't seen the movie. I just heard people say like she's killing people, and you're like, what? But anyways, I don't know anything about the story. I want to ask you about it because you've seen it. How do you feel
Well-
about that? Is it not as bad as people saying?
I would say that could be blown out of proportion by some people, which isn't too surprising, but just how it is, you know, how people are with
Yeah.
women roles in media nowadays is very controversial and the like. It is what it is. I would say for being a Spider-Man movie, it is weird to have a chunk of it be a Jean Grey movie, especially when like they have not even established that mutants even exist in the MCU, and I don't know how they're going to be handling that going forward. It's an interesting choice because we've had so many X-Men and other things with Jean, including like standalone films and the like as well.
Yeah.
So I would say like I was surprised when they revealed who it was in the story. So that's kind of the unfortunate thing is people are spoiling it.
Yeah.
But it made for a very interesting, I guess, dynamic. It's
Well, it's also surprising with the Punisher thing, because like Punisher is a pretty like I was wondering like if you told me that there was going to be Punisher and Spider-Man. Spider-Man's one of the most virtuous like non-killing characters ever, and then you have Punisher, which is a ruthless murderer. And I've seen clips online, and it seemed like they're kind of friends, and you're like, huh, okay.
well,
Is-
like most things, of course, the whole idea of Spider-Man is he's the New York's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. So
yeah.
he works with just about every other New York-based hero, even though, yes, Punisher is like an anti-hero or he kills and that sort of thing. I think this is the first MCU film he's been a part of, because otherwise he was in the streaming shows. They seem to handle it pretty well overall. I think they had a fun dynamic where Spider-Man's like, hey, like, no using lethal force or the things like that. Like, let me handle this.
Yeah.
And I think he was like one of the better parts of the characters included, and of course, like just like all MCU stuff, they've only, for whatever reason, can't do a Hulk movie as a standalone because of like Universal's rights to it. So all they allow him to do is be a cameo in other movies. So they have him in that as well, and it works well by having him and Spider-Man, or him and Peter Parker kind of interact together because they have their connections of both being very smart but also being very both are considered mutates instead of mutants because they were created by science, not by genetics.
I was gonna say, could I ask you one thing that I like? To me, it's one of the ones where I'm like, because basically, I don't want to spoil the previous, like the older Spider-Man movie, but basically it ends in a way that, once again, Peter Parker eats shit, basically, and it sucks. But I'm wondering if in this one, basically, there's like a meme, if anyone hasn't seen about Spider-Man, where like he has a horrible life. Like every writer on the planet wants him to like die suffering horribly.
So it does
know,
continue on from the ending of that one. For those that haven't seen it,
All I want to know is, does he get any kind of does he get a Peter Parker ending, basically?
in that he's not happy in the end, because I mean that's a Peter Parker ending.
He basically gets and then he gets basically the shorthand. Where like nobody loves him. The people who he wants to protect basically are forever distant from him, and he basically is like he's alone, basically, kind of, more or less.
I would say no. They make it at least a little more hopeful. They have things that happen at the end that, like, they've pretty much established since he made this choice, and that essentially no one remembers Peter Parker, but everyone knows Spider-Man. So
okay.
So they have
except for Hulk, I think, right?
No one aside from maybe Doctor Strange actually remembers.
I thought that was the thing that people were memeing on, which is like Hulk never forgets, basically. So like Banner doesn't know Peter, but Hulk knows Peter.
There's a moment where it seems like he gets through to Hulk and he calms down enough. So somehow Hulk is aware but barely.
Yeah. Well,
But I didn't want to
want
necessarily spoil that part either. But either way, it's all kind of disjointed what we're talking about. So, so it's like it's a subtle moment, but it seems like that's implied that somehow is remembered that way. Despite everything. I was
watching a video of what do you call it, of like Marvel, and I thought it was like not a video, a YouTube short of it, and I thought it was interesting because basically it was showing how like the writers did some subliminal stuff where basically like the only person Hulk listens to is Captain America, and why is that? And it's basically because everyone else, I think it's like Tony does it, Spider-Man does it, where they always say Banner, basically, like when Hulk's in Hulk form, they always say Banner. And Hulk is pissed because Hulk is a different entity than Banner, but he still cares for Banner and all that stuff. But anyways, it annoyed me because I thought I seen a clip of the movie, which it seemed like there was a perfect opening there for Peter to basically say like Hulk, and instead he says Banner, and something about friends, and I was just like, oh. You could have made it so that like this was the meat, like where basically that was the thing where because basically nobody sees Hulk, which is like really sad. It's like Hulk is his own entity and like he has feelings, he has thoughts, and it's one of the reasons why I think Hulk always responded to Cap well, because he always said Hulk instead of Banner. Anyways, I just thought it was a cool factoid movie thing that they didn't capitalize on.
It's hard to say because part of the whole thing of the plot with Hulk in the last however many movies was essentially he became Banner Hulk, is what they call him, where he's essentially kind of a fused consciousness where there's that. But part of the plot point is that Banner found like a way to suppress the Hulk, so that way he's able to just be around people and get through doorways and other things without causing destruction.
Weird. But isn't he still suppressing Hulk?
Well, he has like
the whole point of the Avengers.
He has a device.
He
has a device to do that, and it's plot relevant. It's something that ties into Spider-Man's stuff as well.
It definitely seemed like this movie to me came across, and I've only seen little clips, but it seemed like it had like 6 different writing teams working on different like plot points and like spiraling things.
Potentially, and it seems like they all did well enough on kind of merging them as well.
That's what I wanted to point out, because I was like, oh dude, like the one vibe that I've gotten from everyone is Punisher. Like I'm so surprised that the Punisher part was like one of the best parts of the movie. Like, it's so well done. People have been like raving about it. But it's funny because people have been, at least my tape I've been saying like the Jean thing just doesn't hit really well. Like that doesn't, they don't sync it up really well. But then the Punisher thing does, which is like infinitely harder than the Jean Grey thing. I think the Jean Grey thing is actually like really easy to make work. But I think it's because different writing teams. I think so. One's whole,
yeah,
like,
they probably had different writing points for that. Yeah. Well, I would say with how they handled the Punisher is like it fits. Like I would say this is, for me, from what I've understood of the comics and the shows and other things like that with Spider-Man, this felt like the most Spider-Man film we've had, like of the MCU versions and even the old Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield ones, the Amazing Spider-Man and the other ones there. Those were all great movies, and they're, well, mostly great. The Amazing ones weren't as good, and even Spider-Man 3 had a mixed bag. But
I agree. I was gonna say I feel like what is that? I'm not sure. It's Spider-Man Far From Home or whatever it's called. The one where basically like it's not a spoiler. It's been out for a long time, but basically they bring back Spidey 2, Spidey 3, basically. And I watched them and I just thought, oh my god, that like I would watch a series of that. Just like 3 really good Peter Parkers just like vibing with each other, being bros essentially. I fucking loved that, even though I haven't seen the movie. I just seen clips.
And that was definitely the best part of that film. Some of the other plot points of that one was not great. But again, like I would say, like kind of the premise of Brand New Day is in the title. It's supposed to be a fresh reboot of Spider-Man in the MCU, and I think they did really well.
Universe? Yeah.
Well, not the universe.
I thought
that's all tied to other stuff.
Like
the multiverse stuff is all different. Like what Loki was doing and all this other stuff is all separate. The whole point of the last Spider-Man movie before this one was everyone forgets who Peter Parker is. Spider-Man's still around. Everyone knows Spider-Man. He has his friendships and his connections, but like no one remembers who Peter Parker ever was. He pretty much essentially erased his presence.
Yeah.
And it's a plot point as well. And
I was gonna say the meme is that it's literally like everyone asks like, oh, Spider-Man help me, Spider-Man this, but no one ever asks like how Peter Parker's doing basically.
Well, it's because they can't. No one knows who he is anymore.
Yeah. Well, now they can. But this is like even in the novel or like comic books where they're like, Peter's always getting the short end of the stick. Everyone's like, oh my god, Spider-Man's the coolest, he's the best. Meanwhile, he's living in a shitty ass apartment. He fucking makes no money. He's like his girlfriend's just like cheating on him or like getting fucked by some other bullcrap. It's just like, oh man. Peter life sucks.
Yeah, and that's on the Marvel comic writers themselves, frankly.
Oh yeah.
Like for whoever's writing, they just seem to hate Spider-Man. Like they don't want him happy. They think it's relatable, but it's instead like, no, it's depressing is what it is.
Yeah, we just want a guy to win, basically. Especially like the whole point of Peter is that he is like notoriously like, this is my favorite part about Marvel Rivals, where like it just made me love Spider-Man more, basically. Him and Cap, but basically like finding like a true beautiful soul where like everybody fucks with Spider-Man, everyone fucks with Cap, basically. Like, and you go listen to the dialogue cues of all those like in Marvel Rivals. It's one of my first things I do whenever a new character comes out. I just want to see them interact with Spider-Man because he's always like, people love him basically. He's such a good guy and everything like that. So the fact that everyone loves him, everyone agrees he's the best, and then the writers are just destroying a good person over and over again. It's brutal.
That's what I like about Marvel Rivals is a lot more of it is tied to the comics in almost every way.
Okay.
Whereas they have MCU costumes, yes, but they almost never actually reference the movies or other media. They almost entirely just reference comics and various things, and that's where they have a lot of the characters are like from different timelines, where they have like, well, it's Psylocke, but it's a version where she's like essentially fully Japanese and a ninja, whereas other versions of Psylocke in the past was like a British lady that still had a little ninja-like, but it was like a different style character then, where she had psionic blades and other things, not a katana.
Well, that's the thing I feel like is interesting about the whole thing, that like I feel like you're more of a Marvel fan. Like I would consider myself a Marvel fan. I just don't watch movies very much. I don't have that much time to watch them, so I just kind of like I observe stuff through shorts so I can have conversations with people I like about them. But I was gonna say, have you felt the fatigue of multiverse fuckery, basically? As a fan of Marvel, I would say.
Yeah, but I would say as a video game, I don't mind it. As a long-running media series of movies and shows, yes.
Totally
like I feel like they dropped the ball with that plot point heavily for various factors as to why.
For video games, it's great because you have like thousands of ways to go. There's like content endless.
It was like one of my favorite Marvel Spider-Man games was Shattered Dimensions. I really like Shattered Dimensions, where it was 4 different timelines of Spider-Man converging together and mixing and matching, where they're all having to kind of work together, where they have Madam Web, which is another Spider-Verse character, but she's essentially like a psionic lady that connects the different timelines together. So they had it where it's like, okay, well, not only are we going to have these 4 different Spider-Man, we're going to have Amazing Comics Universe, we're going to have Ultimate Comics Universe, we're going to have Noir Comics Universe, and we're also going to have 2099 Universe. And what was fun...
Nicolas Cage is weird.
Well, the new version, sure. But I watched that. I thought it was pretty fun, that Spider Noir.
The Nicolas Cage one?
Yeah, it was actually well done. That said, it's a very different version of it, but it's still very fun.
Nicolas Cage is great. He's like a character, but I was just surprised that they're like, this is a weird swing.
But what they chose to do back then, because this was before a lot of the MCU stuff was happening yet. I think this was during still like before Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2 movies. So they did a Shattered Dimension, so it was almost purely comic-based stories. And they instead had it where, let's take the...
What's good, cat?
The... 4 voice actors that have voiced Spider-Man in previous shows. So they got Neil Patrick Harris to be Amazing Spider-Man. They got
Fuck me, I guess.
Josh Keaton. They got Josh Keaton to voice Ultimate Spider-Man, so he was from the Spectacular Spider-Man cartoon. Neil Patrick Harris was that short run MTV run or Spike or whatever.
Okay.
Whatever that like CG animated one they did, it was very brief.
Okay.
Then they got I think it's Christopher Daniel Barnes, which was the old like 90s cartoon Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm.
So they like, curse you, Shocker, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth. And some of those other memes were like MJ vanishes and he's just like, no. Those lines are from Christopher. So he gets to voice Noir, which is pretty fitting. He's like a really good out of like all of the Spider-Man voice actors, he has like the most edge to his voice acting. So he does in a separate game, Marvel Heroes Online, which was like a Diablo style, even had like one of the original Diablo developers as a lead dev for it.
That's awesome.
Like if you're at all familiar with the like Diablo 2 having the secret cow level, Marvel Heroes Online also had a secret cow level where it was like Muspelheim.
Cool.
So it was Nordic cows that you would have to fight, and it was because of that
awesome.
specific dev that was his signature to put into the games.
Mm-hmm.
But they also had it where it's like, okay, well, normally if you're playing as Spider-Man in that game, it would be voiced by Drake Bell, because he voiced him for a time. But if you got a different costume, it would change visual effects and stuff. So if you picked like Superior Spider-Man, which is the story arc where Doc Ock mind swaps with Spider-Man.
Ooh,
and he's like, oh, I'm going to be a superior Spider-Man. I'm not going to pull any punches. I'm just going to be the best possible with no restrictions.
And he does great. It's a
but it's this edgy, dark version of Spider-Man. And so they got Christopher Daniel Barnes to voice him, which is really cool. And I think they also got him to voice Iron Spider, which is also neat.
That's really cool. I was gonna say the one, because you brought that up, I wanted to quickly mention one of my favorite like comic book things that I went down the rabbit hole is like a story where Spider-Man, I don't know what it is, but like he basically decides like to stop pulling his punches basically, and he like kind of becomes an assassin, like he's okay to kill, and it's just like, oh my god, you find a guy who has insane, like he basically can never be assassinated because of his spidey sense. He basically has like fucking abnormal strength. And he has like the most like pinpoint skill ever, so he can just shoot someone from like a million miles away. Anyways, he ends up just like purging half of the MCU or whatever it is in this. They've
done a lot of like
awesome.
What if scenarios. I like one of them where it's like, what if Spider-Man was also Punisher? So it was like Spider Punisher.
Ooh, that's brutal.
Has a really cool costume design where it's like it's a spider but also a skull. And that sort of thing. But yeah, so as Kat was saying, the no pulling punches is the Superior Spider-Man storyline. And it's a dark one. It's definitely one of the darker stories because he mind swaps with Peter. Peter's now trapped inside a dying Doc Ock's body, and he ends up dying like almost right then and there.
Jesus.
So then Doc Ock was like, initially like, I'm just gonna be villain Spider-Man, and then he was like, wait a minute, I can just be better Spider-Man. Like I can just do better, and it's this kind of realization of what all the responsibility that Spider-Man truly had with his powers.
Well, also, isn't Doc Ock, the whole point is that he has like a bunch of demon monsters in his head, like like the mechanized web things are like telling him to be bad.
I don't know if that was.
Said, I've seen Carnage fight Jimmy, who is a Punisher created and backed by the United States Gov as a Black Ops guy, so they give him a symbiote on top and he fights mutants.
Okay, that's an interesting one. Speaking of Carnage, he's also one of the first time in a fighting game alongside Green Goblin with the new Marvel Tokon game.
Oh, right, yeah.
And also they have Deadpool in that, and he has so many references, not just to like comics and stuff. He has like, if there was a fighting game that either Arc System Works worked on or otherwise, he references it, and it's amazing.
That's awesome.
And it's Nolan North again, which is even better. Like as much as I like, I think it's Alejandro Saab voices Deadpool in Marvel Rivals, and he does a fantastic job.
Yeah.
Because I think they decided for Marvel Rivals, every character is a different voice actor. There's no repeats ever. So even though, so it's like, well, we already got Nolan North to voice Rocket Raccoon, so let's get someone else to voice Deadpool once we have him.
Expensive for the sake of expensive.
It is ironic because Alejandro Saab is Spanish to some degree.
Like I say, he sounds great. Like,
and so the irony is that he does bad Spanish or bad Mexican Spanish as Deadpool, whereas like when he voiced Rafa in Borderlands 4, he had every excuse to do actual Spanish.
All of it.
He was like, I'm just gonna squeeze it in wherever I can. But anyways, it's cool having that. They also have Carnage for the first time in a fighting game. They also have Green Goblin for the first time in a fighting game, which is both really cool. And it's also surprising because they got Wolverine voiced by Steve Bloom and Green Goblin also voiced by Steve Bloom. So unlike Rivals, where it's like, okay, we're gonna have different characters, I'm really curious if we're actually gonna get like Doc Ock and Green Goblin in Rivals. I think those would both be really cool. I want to see Scorpion personally. He's my favorite Spider-Man villain, but he's also a lesser villain comparatively.
Yeah, I feel like he would. They'd have to do the thing where they're like they inject power, like Daredevil, which would never be able to fucking.
Well,
like,
they would have to
like,
do similar. They would have to pretty much do similar things where it's like a special timeline version of a character. So they did like for Daredevil, they had the whole he joined the Lin Kuei and became like this Chinese martial artist theme. It's also very fun that they got Alex Lee to voice Daredevil, and he's been having so much fun. Have you seen any of his videos he's done where he's like playing his character? He plays the character he voices and then cosplays as them, and he like went all out with like matching Daredevil's appearances. He did like the Christmas outfit even.
I did see the like he made a skin pack where he's like Merry, I don't know what it was, but he basically redid all the Christmas things, like Daredevil's voice lines for all the Christmas outfits
fun.
that he has. Yeah, and I just thought it was so fun because he basically said like, "Oh, you'd love it, Fluff." It was some sort of weird thing where he's just like, "Give me these presents," that sort of thing every time he kills somebody. Yeah.
And then also he in the latest Invincible versus the Invincible fighting game, he voices Mark as well. He gets to be Invincible himself. So he's just been doing great with all the voice acting roles. He's lighter.
Voice acting, I feel he's good because there's so much content now.
Yeah, and he's lighter in Zenless as well.
That's cool.
And he tries to get a job in any way he can, which is great. Like he's
voice acting.
Like like he did a video where it's kind of a lighthearted jabbing back at people complaining about him being in everything, and it's like, it's my job. What else am I supposed to do? Of course I'm hustling hard. This is like, I need to pay the bills. I need to feed my cat and other things like, and it's just great. Like I find his, like, he has this like nice, genuine kind of personality that I really appreciate.
Is great.
And it's amazing that like he alone has managed to turn people's opinions of characters around, where when they first introduced Luke to Street Fighter V as the final character to kind of be this bridge of here's what the future of Street Fighter is going to be. And it was this weird looking Popeye armed guy that no one liked. Absolutely no one thought he was interesting. They didn't like the fighting style. And then he becomes the poster child of Street Fighter 6. And thanks to expanding the personality and the fact that Alex not only loved and like reposted a bunch of memes, he voiced over them, making fun of the character he did, and that just turned everyone around of like, okay, we actually love this character now. Some people love playing as him, other things like mishearing some of his lines that he says of like, we're going to Memphis for some reason. And other things like that.
That's like the brilliance to me of like being like, again, because voice acting is like notoriously known for not being very like, doesn't really pay really well. You know, you basically don't know if you're gonna get work because, you know, games take a long time to make and all that kind of stuff. You don't know if your work's ever gonna like release because games don't, you know, do all that stuff. But to me, that's a really like insightful idea of like, yeah, you're a voice actor, but what if you were actually really good about like basically being a marketer, which is exactly what he's done.
And it's also that he's a young guy in the kind of mid between Gen Alpha, Gen Z range. Well, not Gen Alpha. He's a Gen Z. But he's just been really cool about what he does. And it's like, And he's also had fun where whenever a new character comes out now after he debuted as Daredevil, he's been like, oh, I'm going to go play with Alejandro as Deadpool. I'm going to go play with Ray Chase as Cyclops, which I realized Ray Chase is also Amon in Borderlands 4, which is fun.
That's awesome.
So Ray Chase voices Cyclops, which is also the voice he voiced Cyclops in the X-Men 97 and the original 90s X-Men animated series. I still need to go back and play more Rivals because I really want to play Cyclops. He grew on me as a character thanks to Marvel Heroes Online.
Of course, I bring Mark into it. This is what he's doing.
Yeah, so I really like just the fact that
I wanted to like. I want to run back real quick, but because when it comes to the Spider-Man thing, I just wanted to get your take on what people have been saying about because basically what it seems like is this Spider-Man movie did a really good job about like almost like resetting. I don't know if I say resetting, but like adding a checkpoint to the MCU where it's just like, hey, this is the type of fun that we can have, which is very similar to like what James Gunn did, I think, with Guardians. Yeah, where it kind of said like, this is the kind of fun that we can have.
I would say that it's like it was a soft reboot for Spider-Man in the MCU. Like, it was, here's
my question.
Go ahead.
Sorry, because you're basically leading right to the thing, so I just wanted to ask, what do you call it? How do you feel about people saying that, okay, now that they've set everything up with this, how do you feel about a Miles Morales movie, basically?
I feel like it would be too soon. Because of
even after Avengers in some time?
It depends, because they're going to keep doing Avengers stuff, it seems, and they can maybe, like, given that Sony is still trying to do, like, a Spider-Man universe without Spider-Man, like, with doing Morbius and Venom and a bunch of the other things.
Yeah.
Okay, I can break this.
Well, I was going to say, to me, the reason why I bring it up is because it seems like it kind of fits into what they're kind of trying to do. At the same time, though, I wonder because, how do I put it? Basically, like, to me, there's all these variables like the Venom movie, and then there's like all these kind of weird kind of plots that are going on, and I just wonder if it's gonna work essentially. But I think based on how people have been feeling about this movie, I feel like I guess it kind of can. I guess to me, I do agree with you that it has to have space. Like, I don't like they released it in 2 years from now. I don't think people will be as excited. But I think if they, there's an Avengers movie, maybe there's like another fucking a Morpheus flop, I don't know. Then they're like, okay, I'm ready for another Spider-Man thing. But the question is what kind of Miles Morales story do you want? Do you want a story of like a reboot again?
And I'll note that we already have the Miles Morales movies. We have Spider-Verse. They're the animated ones, but that's the Miles Morales stories that we're getting, and that's Sony embracing that. And so we already have that. We're not gonna. It's possible, but we're probably not gonna see a MCU based Miles Morales anytime soon. And I think a lot of people won't want that, to be fair. I mean, they might, but like we already have it where they decided to not have instead of having Harry Osborn and Mary Jane Watson, they chose to do Ned Leeds and Michelle Jones, which didn't exist until the MCU version of her. She's just their version of MJ instead.
Yeah.
Which I don't mind. Again, they at least like, okay, well, she's Michelle Jones, so that's fine.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, to me, the version of the Miles Morales story, which was interesting, especially after playing off of like how people loved what people seem to love about this movie, was the Punisher combination with, and also like the friendship quippiness with like the guy in the chair guy and all that stuff. Like, people really like the dynamic of Peter interacting with his friends and like these other characters. So to me, though, the version of it that I think would work with Miles Morales is the same thing that basically ends up just being the video game, like Spider-Man 2, the video game that came out for PlayStation.
Yeah.
Where basically you have exactly that, where like it's just Miles and Peter hanging out, and kind of Peter going through bullshit and Miles having to go through shit, and they kind of just.
I do think though that
awesome.
I agree that could be nice. I think just with how they've established the movies, how they have Spider-Verse, it's not likely. I'm not saying that I don't want it. It's just it's very unlikely.
I also
at
think
this
that it's
point.
almost overplayed. Yeah, I think it's almost overplayed because there is already a movie. So I think that's a good like reason why maybe it wouldn't be, is because theoretically you could already just go and watch Miles Morales if you wanted, or like go play the games and you'll get the same story, you know. So same thing.
Right.
There's a lot of Miles Morales also. If you think about it, with you got 2 animated movies, you got a video game that covers.
Well, and the second animated movie is split. It got separated into 2 parts, which we still haven't seen the second part of.
Yeah, no, everyone says the movies are the best. I gotta watch them.
But yeah, I need to watch the sequel, but again, the sequel has been cut in half. So there's like a second part eventually coming.
Okay. Oh, you haven't watched a superhero movie in a while, Cat? What do you suggest of Cat watches if he's gonna watch a superhero movie?
I mean, to be fair, the new Spider-Man is probably one of the best ones to watch without having any major connections to anything other than just some references to previous stuff.
Yeah. And they probably recap.
I actually really liked the Fantastic Four movie. I thought they did pretty well with that one too.
Hate that. Wow, okay.
I liked it. I agree that like some people were controversial about it, but I felt that a lot of the assumed controversy wasn't present when I actually watched it. Everyone was like, Invisible Woman's gonna be in charge of everything. It's like, no, they made sure that pretty much the entire team, like the only thing that maybe felt lacking is the Thing didn't necessarily feel like he had a very important role. But that's unfortunately kind of just how the Thing is. It's kind of his point is that he's overlooked / looked at with disdain because he's a freak, even though it doesn't make any sense anymore with all the other superpowered people.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he still is a rock monster, man.
Yeah.
So, like, as far as weird, he's kind of weird. But I get you. I agree.
And
as alien. Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, I see you're in a dungeon running off from spiky things.
But I was really happy that they added the Thing and all the Fantastic Four to.
Ultron.
And yeah, Ultron's cool as well.
I don't know. I get you guys are liking stuff that I've heard people be like, Ultron wasn't that very, very good as a movie. But again, people know nothing. So
I think a lot of people actually liked Age of Ultron. It was considered by many one of the better Avengers.
Interesting.
And then it was like ironic because Captain America: Civil War or whatever was like people considered that to be one of the best Avengers movies, and it wasn't even called an Avengers movie.
Yeah. That's what I watched. Yeah.
And I mean, heck, that's when they introduced Spider-Man. That's how they debuted Spidey. It was Tom Holland.
The thing that was cool about that a lot was sorry to interrupt. I was going to say the thing that was cool about that is that apparently the Tony Stark, what his guy's name is, Robert Downey Jr. What do you call it? He was like fighting for the one guy to actually like have a more of a part in the movie, and everyone kept being like, no, it's fine, we'll do it. And he's like, no, you should fucking film this. And it was just like, perfect, you know, like especially like Spider-Man not being in that movie would have been so alien.
Robert Downey Jr. was great with how he handled a lot of stuff. It's cool. It's weird but cool that he's going to be Doctor Doom as well. I don't know if they're going to do a face reveal at any point and be like, everyone like freaks out, like, oh, wait, Tony?
Yeah.
But it's like, well, you don't need to do that because he's Doctor Doom. He has this like metal mask over his face all the time. He's like burned and scarred. Anyways, so it's like you don't need to have it while he gets to still be Doom, which I think is
Doom is actually like one of the cooler things I think in the whole Marvel universe that they don't really play with.
He's one of the biggest villains in Marvel. Because not only is he technology, he's also cosmic mutation, and he possesses a lot of magic. He's been like the Sorcerer Supreme before. He's been a bunch of these other things. I think he's possessed the 9 rings or whatever with the Mandarin and such. He's done like he's essentially done almost everything that any other villain can claim to be. That's why they made 2 Doctor Dooms be the initial antagonist of Marvel Rivals, and he's still not playable.
Well, I was gonna say the thing that makes me so happy about Doom, like at least from the small bits I've seen from him, is that like unlike a lot of these other villains, which are kind of like comic booky evil kind of thing, like ha, I'm the bad guy. Instead, with Doctor Doom, they have like a moment where I think like he's obsessed with Reed Richards and all that stuff, where he like he has to beat him, he has to like prove he's better than him. And Reed
he's
Richards,
also
like
obsessed with Sue Storm, where he wants Sue, similar to what's his name, the Aquaman equivalent guy.
Namor.
That's one thing I liked about the Marvel Rivals is how much they've addressed that dynamic between them of like he is just obsessed with Sue. He wants her. He doesn't care about Reed at all. And like it's just like he will just constantly feel like he's deserving, even though he isn't. He's a jerk.
Yeah, that's his whole. He's like a pompous prince. But I was gonna say, to me, the thing I like about Doom so much, Doctor Doom, is outside of all that, he had this like story arc that I thought was like, to me, that's what I love when it comes to a villain, which is he has this moment in one of the stories with him where he basically like really loves and connects with I think it's one of Reed Richards' daughters, basically.
Yeah.
So much so that he ends up like accidentally killing her in like one of these comic books, and he ends up like giving away all of his power basically just to like revive him, or revive her. And to me, it was like that's what I love about a villain, where a villain is like, it's actually not that they're like evil, it's just that like maybe they have like a fucked up mind that's like super obsessive and has to beat like Reed Richards, but actually ends up like developing this deep connection with one of these kids that like he basically is proud of and all that stuff. And to me, like, I love when villains do that, and I hope that that's the Doctor Doom we get in the like the movie, and not the version of it that's just like kind of what they did with the first Fantastic movie, where he's just like kind of a generic ego trip, piece of shit guy, essentially.
Right.
Yeah. Also, what does Kat say? Kat says, hate when the comics have cucked in the past. What? What do you mean? What do you mean by comics have cucking in the past? Is that? Oh, actually, you know what's so fucked up, Kat? I actually know what you mean by that. It was one of the things that pissed me off so badly. I got irrationally angry at this. It was right around the time Rogue was coming out, and everyone was like, oh my god, it's so cute, Rogue and Gambit and Marvel Rivals, it's so adorable, we love him, it's the best. And then some horrible monster shows that there's like apparently a Gambit/Rogue movie, like an old-ass movie, and it shows that basically Rogue and Gambit, Rogue like cheats on Gambit with Magneto, because for fucking whatever reason, Magneto does not fucking siphon Rogue or whatever the hell. And it was just this steeply sad and depressed thing where like everyone's like, oh my god, Rogue is peak wifey, and then just hard cut to like an alternate universe of her being an absolute whore. It was just like, oh no, don't do this to me, I love that character, she looks so cool, and I couldn't not see it, basically. Every time I seen that character, I thought, yuck, fucking yuck,
I mean,
dude.
There's a lot of like, okay, just acknowledge this isn't like the main version of this character anymore. Exactly. There's a lot of really like questionable decisions in the comics over the decades.
MJ's one of the worst of that, I think. Like MJ, I feel like in so many comics they just like make her look like, I don't know.
And it sucks because she didn't start that way. Is the problem? Like they turned her into this person that's not so great. That's where I was like, okay, well, can we just get Black Cat instead? Sure, Black Cat only cares about Spider-Man. She has no interest in Peter Parker, but at least she seems to actually like him. And she can work with him in a lot of ways.
Yeah, too many ways. I was gonna say, that's the only thing I find kind of bad about like in Marvel. There's not a lot of, at least not to me, from what I've seen. Like, I don't think there's a single, maybe like Reed and Invisible Woman, but like there's not a lot of good like relationship shit in any of these. Like in every Spider-Man relationship, it's cooked, it's all bad. Like none of them have like, hey, maybe Rogue and Gambit, but like that's in this one timeline that things worked out. I don't know. That's one of the things that like the MCU seems to have like a really weird. Like I remember like it's one of the things that's weird about what's that character we were just talking about in the Spider-Man movie? Jean Grey. Sorry, Jean Grey. Where basically like she goes through and bangs the shit out of Wolverine. Then she fucks Cyclops a bunch, and then she can't make her decision, and it's just like, all these women suck. As far as relationship-wise, do not get involved.
And it's weird it's like, because I don't know if they initially had that be a thing back in the old X-Men. Like, they pretty much had it where Cyclops and Jean work together. And that's where Cable is their son. Like, Cable from the future is, I forget his actual name, but... And he's also ends up being like a big friend of Deadpool.
I know.
As well.
I love that little comic story.
but they have like the other future mutants and stuff. They have Bishop and Cable, and I forget if Forge is from the future as well, but they had a bunch of them.
I have a weird question that you may be able to answer. So, you know how Wolverine has a healing factor? He's like 200 years old or some shit, 500 years old, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And Deadpool has the same healing factor, but the variable they mentioned in the comics and all that stuff is that Wolverine basically is getting polluted by adamantium the whole time. But my big question is basically is Deadpool functionally like immortal? Not like invincible, like immortal. Like he's never gonna die. He's gonna live forever.
Technically, his healing factor is about as good, but one of the main things is he's
better.
It is, but it's like with a catch. And the reason he actually can't, the true reason he can't die, is because Death is in love with him. The embodiment of Death is a like kind of Day of the Dead looking skeleton lady.
Want him to die?
No, well, I think the whole thing is she loves him, and she wants him to die. He can't. Like his super healing factor, his super cancer healing factor, makes it impossible for him to die. So she's obsessed with him as a result.
Yeah,
like she really wants him to be with her, but she can't have him. But it's also like, well, I can't let him be claimed by anything else or anyone else either, sort of thing. But it's like,
I would love if they did that in the movie Deadpool.
Yeah, I feel like they maybe hinted at that, but I don't know if they will. But that is like one of his whole things.
His like hooker wife or whatever ended up like leaving him or some sad shit. I never watched the second Wolverine, but I want to. It's probably one of the better Marvel ones, Deadpool Wolverine. But I'm waiting. It's on the list of things to watch. But yeah, I remember that was one of the plot points of that movie, and I thought, oh, this is fucking depressing.
Well, it was like part of it. It was like turned out she was like essentially a mutant that was spying on him. And
oh, what? Really?
That's at least part of the plot point, was her origins. But one of the main points is that he's not a normal mutant. He was an experiment given the healing factor of Wolverine, amongst other things.
Yeah. Well, I love the idea of like what Deadpool actually ends up being, which is basically like if you like deconstruct it to a story, it's basically a person who's like, okay, oh, you want to recover, you want regeneration. You're like, okay, it's like a monkey claw, basically, where like, oh, I want better regeneration from like than Wolverine, where I can basically recover from like a single drop of blood, like some sort of stupid crazy healing factor. You're like, okay, but it's your whole life and existence is going to be pain. Like you're gonna be walking around like you're fully have cancer, like stage 5 cancer, all that.
Right.
So and you're like, what?
That's
so
also what Kat just said. Also in the comics, Thanos is in love with Death. That's actually the original reason why he snaps half the universe away. Is that he wanted to appease Death. But she's not interested. She's interested in Deadpool.
Yeah.
But that is like one of the original plot points, is that the reality was that Thanos. It would have been weird. Awesome. It would have been a weird MCU plot point.
Yeah.
It makes sense that it was. I think it makes sense for the MCU version that he just wanted the great equalizer. He wanted to.
Yeah.
But they even make like points, I think, in the new Spider-Man film of like, couldn't he have just wished for more food to not starve everyone?
I've seen that one.
Yeah.
That to me was like, I thought that was really a dumb comment that lady made, because even if you get more food, you can't make more housing, more space. Also, like, there's all these other variables that they have to consider. You'd have to basically snap like 5 snaps, or like thousands of snaps. You'd have to like solve all these contingencies.
Well, and that's technically the power of that he could have done. Yeah. And part of the plot point is that he realized he made a mistake. He's like, what have I done? Well, like, I've lost everything that I actually truly cared about. Because why? Because I made a rash decision. I
don't know if there's a good relationship in the MCU. I'm sorry, when you were talking, I was like, yeah, I think also in Deadpool doesn't work out with him and his lady. What's the other person you just mentioned? Oh shit, what were you just saying? Thanos. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Star-Lord, whatever the fucking name is. That also eats shit, burns alive. Like, I don't know if there's a single good relationship in the MCU.
Well, technically, the Fantastic Four has probably got the best relationship.
Okay, yeah, Sue.
Because they were married, they had kids, they have she has her brother, and
you just have to canon be the smartest man on the planet. Okay.
Well, and then that's where they've had the alternate timelines. Ultimate Reed Richards is a absolute scumbag supervillain. He's actually one of them. He's now become one of the worst villains, and I say worst as in like one of the most threatening
evil
villains of the MCU or the Marvel universe.
Which makes sense
because he became the Maker, and he's just this. He's this version that never actually got together with Sue. And then he ends up recreating the Ultimate Universe, and part of it is that, like, oh, I'm gonna make it so Peter Parker never becomes Spider-Man. I'm gonna make it so Iron Man is now captured and I'm torturing him all this time, and other things like that, where it's just this really dark, like, true villain of that universe.
Well, to me, I love that kind of trope, which is like, okay, we have them, like, again, if you were to think of Doctor Strange, like, Doctor Strange is, I think, one of the stronger entities in all of Marvel, at least, like, in this current, like, saga of Marvel. And if you were to take him and just make him, like, mad evil, you're like, oh shit, no, honestly, in some ways that might be just a Doom. But speaking of that, dude, you know what I fucking love, Fluff?
Mm-hmm.
It is a movie that I don't think people love, like, really liked, but I've seen so many, like, little shorts of it and stuff like that. It's like an not seen Marvel thing. But do you know what is his name? Ben? Is it Ben or Tom or something? Bob. It's Bob. That's what it's Bob. It's like one of these Marvel movies where basically they find Sentry, and like that's the whole hook of the movie. It's like all these ragtag old
Thunderbolts.
superheroes. That's what it is. Yeah. But I just loved that. Like I never heard of Sentry at all. And it was like, to me, I just love the idea of Sentry that they at least laid out. I think that's actually canon to what he is, but it's basically like, it is without a doubt these, like, one of the strongest entities in the entire universe.
Yeah,
like,
his whole thing.
Superman.
He's essentially one of the many Marvel Superman equivalents. But his whole thing is he's has a cosmic power where his punches are the power of 1,000 exploding suns. Like, not just 1,000 suns, but 1,000 exploding suns.
But it's even crazier than that, because he also has this thing called, like, the darkness inside of him. So, like, when Superman gets killed or gets, like, a green rock thrown at him, he starts to, like, cough up blood or whatever. Sentry, if he ever gets, like, close to dead, he doesn't die. He just goes in, like, this fucking evil darkness mess.
Yeah, he essentially has... I forget the name, but... Yeah, that's the whole plot point, like, major plot point of that movie. And they handle it in a very unique way. I thought that, like, was really cool cinematography for how they did that effect. It was very eerie.
Yeah, they just poof.
Where they, like, turn into, like,
cool about that movie. Yeah, sorry, like a soot on the ground, like a little tiny little bit of stuff being popped out of existence, sort of. But I was gonna say, to me, the thing that, like, I love so much about that thing is you have this, like, character that is, like, unrelentingly strong, violently, like, this is a world-ending calamity, makes Doctor Strange and every Thanos person you think of look like nothing. But then you put him behind a guy who has, like, deep insecurity issues and, like, constantly self-doubts himself. And it's just like and he's like, dude, the actor who acts in that movie, they fucking nail this, like, weird golden retriever energy of, like, a guy who's kind of nervous, kind of just a happy-go-lucky guy, and, like, doesn't really know what he's doing, and yet is, like, an absolute walking apocalypse. And I could not love that idea more. So I was like, oh, and it sucks because, like, the movie itself was kind of like, I think, whatever, like, it was just a bunch of side characters don't really give a shit about. But then I hope Sentry comes back, and I just love the idea of, like, this guy named Bob is, like, an actual fucking world-ending calamity. So fun.
They might. I'm not sure if there's a plan for him, because of how they did it. They pretty much were setting up for the next Avengers film.
Also, like, how they did... what's her name? The Captain Marvel. I feel like it's the same way, where Captain Marvel is supposed to be, like, one of the strongest characters ever, and I just feel like they botched that really badly for me. I feel like she just turned into, like, a real hollow nothing character as far as.
And unfortunately, part of that was just the time that they decided to do the character. The actress choice wasn't necessarily the best either, because like, I actually really like Ms. Marvel. like her original name beforehand, where it was
I've
just
only
Carol
seen the bad
Danvers.
parts of her, where she's telling Spider-Man that he's, or Miles Morales that he's a bastard, some shit. I've only seen that comic book part. Where I'm
Well,
like, Marvel
and that's
sucks.
much more
Miss Marvel sucks.
recent.
Yeah, I know.
But I'm talking about the original where she had like she was
original
a
mommy,
she
all
was
that.
she was a pilot. I think she had like another name where she was like called Warbird or something back when she was a pilot.
Yeah.
But I missed the old costume. I feel like we were gonna get Captain Marvel, and they've still decided to hold off on it. Maybe they got people backlashing about it, or it's happening still. Because I mean, I didn't know we were getting the Hood, and he's a weird character because it's like I've got this red cloak and I have guns, and I'm like, okay, neat.
Yeah.
And then they're like, also he is a Vanguard for Marvel Rivals. I was like, really? Okay, sure.
Oh, dude. Yeah, but it's so fucking sick. He's basically like, again, I love Marvel Rivals because they're basically like, how do we make this work? It's just a guy with a gun. Like, what does it make? So then they're like, what if he has like, he's basically a gun devil or something? I'm like, I love it. And there's like, yeah. So like, again, it's so fucking sick. I keep watching gameplay of him, man. He looks so fun to play because like he's a rever basically. So like he starts off as like no stacks, and the more stacks you get, the faster you shoot. Then eventually when you get max stacks, your fucking arms turn into like these SMGs, and I'm just like, oh, it looks so cool. Also, he seems like he can survive anything. Seems like a really good tank. I've been watching that as well, so you just unlock that part of my head. But yeah, I don't know anything about Hood outside of that.
I feel like I would have been happier if they maybe considered Cyclops to have been a Vanguard, or at least a strategist.
I think that'd be cool.
I feel like his role would have made more sense. I mean, I get it that most strategists are still healers for the most part, so that wouldn't have made as much sense. But
he's got like an entire force dimension in his eyes, so he kind of could go either way.
But he was supposed to be like at least for a time, the leader of the X-Men. Yeah. So I was like, okay, then Vanguard. Yeah, he's not a melee character, but you don't have to make a melee Vanguard. Mm-hmm. You guys have already proven that with like Emma Frost and some of the others.
Well, that's the thing I was gonna say. I don't think I was more bummed out from a character than Cyclops, as much as like I like the idea of Cyclops a lot, and I thought they would do something fun with him. Like, and people were talking about like, oh, he could have basically been like a supporter. So like he does good damage, but you can also like heal your teammates because like the punch dimension got converted into this healing thing. I thought that's cool, but then like he basically is just like a shitty Hela kind of who can like scatter things. I thought like you could do so much more fun stuff with a guy who literally has like a whole fucking universe in his eyes that like can tear through the whole world. And
it's tricky because they've kind of made him. It depends on which version of him as well. Let's see. I think it was Saint crab and wheat.
Wants to make food.
Yeah. I'm trying to see if I have the wheat. Can't tell. I'm not sure if that's wheat.
Ooh.
Let me talk to the guy again and see what he's asking for, and turn off the auto play because it's skipping it ahead of me. So seafood ceviche. That's for wheat. Okay, crab or shellfish and wheat and slice. Okay. So I don't think I have wheat. But probably somewhere nearby, since it usually is the case when you find one of these guys. But yeah, so like I want to definitely play Cyclops, and one of the reasons why I don't like when they decide, oh, it's just going to be a DPS character or duelist, is, fine. I was like, okay, I'll never be playing him then, because everyone will want to play him instead, or we get too many DPS.
I don't think many people want to play him. That's the problem. Yeah.
I want to. Like, I know he's not necessarily. I like, okay, well, I didn't really like Hela, but I do like Cyclops, so I think I will enjoy him. But I can agree that it's like, and part of the issue is like there's so many DPS characters that at best you're gonna maybe get 2, maybe 3, depending on the composition of things. I know they did a major revamp of just about everyone.
Yeah, everyone has like now like a partner skill. Essentially, that changes like drastically one of their abilities.
Essentially, like did a updated version of the team up mechanic, which is nice. Now
you don't even like. Yeah, it's like a perma team up, so you don't even need the guy on your team to have the team up, which is cool. You just get an amplified version if you have it on the team, which I think is like that's such a good idea. We're like, oh my god, who would have thought of that?
Yeah. So I'm glad they decided to do that. I definitely need to check the game out again. I don't know if I'll stream it. Competitive games really get me fired up in a way I don't like to be around. But I'll definitely check it out sometime off stream probably, and then be like, yeah, I had fun with this. Or heck, if you start streaming it again, I'll join maybe. But but I don't feel like I want to stream it myself because of just.
I also, man, I don't know. Like, I find I get in my head and I don't like. Basically, when I'm streaming something, like, I feel like self-conscious. I'm not sure if you feel this way, but like if it's hard to describe, but basically, like, I want to, like, even when I'm playing like Power World, I find if I'm like, oh, what should we do? Should I do this? Or I guess we could do that, or maybe this is what we should do. And I find that hesitation to me makes me like feel like a bad streamer. Like I love the idea when I'm like, I start my stream, like, I know what we gotta do this, and I'm talking to chat, we're having a fun time. I'm also checking on this off the list, we're moving, we're making ground in this game. Like, that to me makes me feel like, I don't know, a good stream in my head somehow. It's maybe just my own like mental.
It helps to have that structure or a game plan. That's
exactly.
one reason why I've enjoyed
competitive.
It's one of the reasons I've enjoyed the collabs with Pixie Logic is like we have a goal. It's like, okay, we're leveling up this character, we're completing this campaign, we're doing this, we're having these structured things to do. That's why, like, as much as I enjoyed trying out Hightail and other things like that, I struggle to, like, okay, once I've done just about everything I think I can do, I've run out of things to do. Like, there's no more goal, there's no more structure. That's where it's hard for me to enjoy sandbox style, make your own fun kind of games. Even with, I at least appreciate there's a lot to do with Power World. I just haven't. I didn't feel like I wanted to stream it. I wanted to join other friends playing it, and even then, I have other things that I wanted to do more. So, like, most of them have now exhausted what they cared about of Power World, and I'm like, okay, well, I'll maybe play more of it later, but otherwise, unless if I'm being asked to play it, I'm not probably gonna bother. It's like, okay, I'll come back to it when I want to.
A time where there's too much shit, like way too much shit. Like, I can't. I don't think we've ever had a time, and maybe it's just me, but like, I feel like everyone's in this. I've talked to Raid, I've talked to you about this, I've talked to Kat about this. I feel like everyone is in a state of like, I have 15 games that are worth playing, like, without question. Like, they're like, there's good games, and I literally can't. And you're like, oh. And I feel like back in the day when Genshin was happening, we had nothing, man.
And then there was like all sorts of other things where it's like another. Also, that's pretty. I didn't notice that until now.
I would say, damn, that's really nice. Yeah, the mountain, jeez.
But various friends picked up this game called Sephiria recently, where it's like a co-op roguelike game. Yes, I know. Yet again, another one. I mean, it's an easy enough game to make, but it's got this kind of like, it's this isometric view style game that seems like it has up to like 4-player co-op, and it sounds like it's a lot of fun, and other friends have been playing it. It's also not too expensive. It's like under $20, I think, maybe even 15 or so. But it's like a isometric top-down view. It is a kind of pixel art style, so it's like, it's not something Grin would like, but it does sound fun.
I was gonna say, to me, I feel like you're in hell, man. You're a special, unique case in the sense that, like, I'm lucky that I have too many things at all. I also, like, you also are in this. I don't know how you fucking do it. Anyways, point is, I only have I have anime stories and maybe like some video games basically that I really fuck with. And I find I don't have that much time. There's other variables there for sure, but the reason why I think you're extra fucked is because you actually I think you like most video games. Like, I think you're like okay with any indie style, where I maybe have like it's not that I don't like it, it's just that it's debuff. So it's like, oh, okay, it's not, and like, the graphics aren't the best.
One of the things for me is like, I like a particular genre of game where it's like, some people are like, oh, well, why bother playing this when you, or why bother playing Grim Dawn when you have Diablo? It's like, because I like the genre. I don't just like Diablo.
You like too many things?
or that sort of thing, where it's like, I enjoy playing a familiar format. Similarly, it's like, I like the idea of Genshin at a base, but then I didn't like all the other stuff that that picked away at my patience with it. Where it's like, okay, I don't like having, like, well, a part of it was my own self-inflicted thing of like, I'm not going to spend a cent on this game. I'm going to see how far I can get with staying free to play. And I burned out hard because of it. I got the characters I was waiting for, and then I was like, okay, I'm done. Like I got
Genshin is one of the weirder ones where like that's a super limited gacha game where the sense that like you cannot progress.
And the fact that to this day they introduced Albedo's signature sword, never brought it back.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, oh, you didn't choose to play this one specific time. Also, you probably needed to be at this progression point to even reach it. Too bad you didn't play. It's gone forever.
It also sucks because it was such a good quest.
And like, it was a good quest. It had a cool weapon. It was like, why did you just not make it a permanent thing? Why? It was so dumb.
Dude, that's one of my biggest pet peeves that like all these games have, where it's just like, we don't want to have the game be too big. And I'm like, that's my fucking choice as a person. Like I don't vault my content. I hate when people vault my content.
Meanwhile, they keep adding more. So
yeah.
It's
exactly.
like so it's just it was like layers of things that I was like, yeah, I could have been playing, and yes, I could have gotten it. That wouldn't have made me happy that it was a FOMO weapon in the first place either.
For sure.
But it was also just like all those layers, so I was like, okay, I give up, I'm done. And then of course we tried out Tower Fantasy and we liked it, and then it started showing the cracks over time of what was wrong with it.
Looking back, what was your favorites of all the ones we tried?
Of the gacha games, Zenless probably.
Right?
Because until very recently, I was making sure I was logging in daily with it. I just have other things to do now where it's like I can't even.
Let's go, love.
Where like,
nice.
And it's frustrating because I'm like, darn it, they brought back Arya.
I totally feel you.
They brought back Arya alongside Remiel, and I'm like, I wanted to get Arya. I didn't get her the last time. I again didn't get her again because I got like Rena or someone else.
Dude, there's so many reasons to get back.
Oh no, I got yeah, because they added a couple characters to the standard pool now, so you can get Caesar.
Characters Fluff. You should jump back in. And you're
right, but it's they have it where in the standard or the limited banners you can now get, I think Zhuyuan, Yanagi, or Caesar now.
Yeah, all these characters.
Yeah. Clearly, like the characters that are lower tier power, especially in the current meta. Like whereas like stunners are still solid, so that's why Chingy wasn't added. But it was like, of course they brought them back. I went ahead and tried pulling for Arya, got Yanagi, so of course I got the other pink-haired character. I'm like, great. So I've now lost the 50-50 on Arya twice, and on two separate occasions, like for her original debut and the rerun. I lost to Grace the last time. I'm like, oh, hi Grace. Thanks for robot blocking me. I mean, I'm happy because Grace is more fun now, but at the same time, I was like, the one character I wanted out of the Angels of Delusion, I didn't get. I got the other two. I have Nangangyu and I have Suna, but the one I wanted was the robot, and I've now missed her twice. I can try to grind, but I'm kind of just, the wind is knocked out, or I'm like, I'll just maybe have to wait again for another.
The thing is what you just described. The thing that like kills gacha games to me is what you just described about being like, oh, I'm really excited for this character. That's a reason to get in. You get in, you get nothing, and then you're kind of just like, oh, so now I have nothing. I'm poor, and your reward is weight. And
that's part of why I like.
Events, you're just like, ugh.
It's part of why I'm liking this game of like, hey, it's it's the familiar format, but it's not anymore a gacha experience, which I appreciate. I feel like,
but it still looks beautiful, fun to explore.
And of course, it's gonna run out of content, like until eventually they maybe add more. But it's like, well, hey, if I take my time with it, if I play it maybe once a week at most, at most frequent, it's like it's a fun, just like sandbox thing with a format that I'm used to by now.
Well, I wanted to ask you this because you were playing this game the whole time. I'm thinking about, I'm like, it looks awesome, but also that like that Black Desert, what is it called? Crimson Desert.
Crimson Desert.
I want to ask how you enjoyed that. Like, sorry, I'm asking a better question. Are you still playing it basically, or have you completed everything that you wanted to complete?
I decided to take a break because I wanted to do some other games. Because I was like, okay, I've been playing Crimson Desert for like a couple months,
You still
even
find you have
multiple
stuff to
times
do
a
and
week.
want to do?
There's still plenty to do in Crimson Desert. There's like a whole 2 regions I haven't even gone to.
Like my reason I ask is because I'm curious, like for me, the carrot on the stick is like getting better armor, getting new armor, getting like upgrading my characters, getting new weapons, creating new builds. Is that still a thing as you're like 2 months into playing pretty intensely?
Yeah,
in this game?
there's
Is
still
there
a lot that I have yet
to do?
to unlock.
Oh wow, okay.
I have it where most of the skill tree for Cliff is unlocked, most of the stuff for Damien's unlocked, so then I just have to do so for Unka. But I have it where I now have both the Wyvern and Black Star the Dragon. I completed the Witch quest, so I was able to get them armored up, so that was like the last thing I did in Crimson Desert, was
That's awesome.
like ending off with him being all armored and stuff, which is really cool.
Yeah.
It's like blue and gold or blue and bronze armor, which looks really neat.
Oh, that's awesome.
And he's
Dragon?
a fire-breathing dragon, which is fun. Yeah, and the only oddity is that unlike the one that you can grow from a little baby wyvern into a full one, that one is infinite use of like, okay, well, you can fly him around as long as you want and all this fun stuff, and it just becomes this permanent mount. Whereas Black Star has a built-in duration where it's like, okay, you can only keep him around for a bit, then he has to go rest for a while. Like, it still lasts a good chunk, but it is also like, oh, so you, like, he's technically better because he has fire-breathing attacks and things.
Yeah.
Whereas the normal wyvern just does like a wind gust attack.
But that permanency, yeah, that's nice.
But it's like, I'm not sure if, I mean, maybe Black Star's faster, so that might make up for it. But overall, I was still enjoying it a lot. I still wanted to find other armor sets that I didn't have yet. I wanted to
the fact that you
customize.
still have stuff to do is insane. Like that,
Yeah.
you've been playing that game for like 2 months, so that's
And
incredible.
that's where it's like there's 2 major regions I haven't even gone to properly yet.
Yeah.
Like, I stumbled across one of the streams was I stumbled across a train and just hopped onto it and rode it around for its entire path until it like bugged out. And it goes it like has a permanent loop that it just goes across in this big region, and that's how I finally got to see the Crimson Desert itself, which was fun.
Oh, you just jumped on the train? That's awesome. Like,
and just rode it like you would in like Red Dead or something. And it was, sadly, the train itself was empty. Like, there was no one on it, but it was also really funny because as you would ride around it, the various small critters would start spawning around you on the train.
Jeez.
So I was having like, depending on where I was in the region, it was like, okay, here's weird desert things. Okay, here's more of this farmland area. And it was just like, I was looking around, like, there's like weird snakes and kiwi birds and a bunch of other weird critters that are just appearing over time.
Yeah, spawning in.
Because apparently that's just how they kind of work,
you.
is like they try to spawn them around you so that way you get like materials, and well, now you can even tame most of them.
Oh wait, they were on the train with you?
Yes, they were appearing on the train, which is weird and funny.
You were looking out the window and you were seeing stuff blip in. Oh well,
No.
shit, that's crazy. I wonder if it's a meta farm. You just like run around the train and just keep collecting stuff. That's awesome.
Maybe, but like for how it was, is like for the most part you get just like generic meats and hides and things. They now have it where you can tame a lot of them. You can turn them into pets and stuff now, which is fun. So I actually got a little Arctic fox that I run around with, which makes me happy.
I was gonna ask, so I'm curious how those how the collabs going with Pixie and all that stuff. So you find something to do every day. How is it like bouncing off someone while playing a game when you're in the midst of it all?
So she really likes Warhammer games, especially. Specifically really likes Space Marine 2, which we've done like once or twice. She really likes the Vanguard and the Assault, which are either the grapple hook or the jetpack Marines. She likes the kind of high mobility play styles and more melee close range combat. But we also played a lot of Darktide recently because of the Skitarii release. She usually plays Ogryn to just kind of like.
That's funny.
She has a bit of a self-deprecating humor about it, but she like considers herself to, well, like the Ogrins are the big oaf, and she almost considers herself kind of that mentality where she's like her head's she's a potato or something. So like I don't necessarily like agreeing with that, but I'm also one that does a lot of self-deprecating humor, so I get it. Like I can relate.
People cope, that's awesome.
But it's that in a lot of ways it's not as stimulating to play Darktide comparatively to her. But she still enjoyed it. She's been trying some of the other classes and such, and oh, this is a unique character. But we decided to, since the Warhammer 40k thing is happening in Helldivers, we're like, let's go do our next collabs as playing Helldivers together. So this latest Friday we did, it was like first collab together, but also, oh, well, not together, but first collab of Helldivers 2 together, but also the second time she's ever played the game.
That's what I was going to ask. I was going to say, so like you and Pixie both seem like you guys are both, as you both like Warhammer, you guys are like, what do you call it? What a great time for friendship to bloom, because holy shit, you guys got 3 fucking big ass games to play that you, like with Helldivers and Darktide both having content.
And Space Marine and such as well.
Yeah, and Space Marine.
She also plays Rogue Trader with a group of friends that she introduced me to as well, and some of them have helped also with me getting affiliate on Twitch side, so that was really nice.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, that's sweet.
But it was kind of funny because it's like, I don't think she is necessarily, but she happens to be friends with a lot of furries. Like almost all the ones that she recommended I check out were also were furries themselves. So it's like
people who are really open-minded, super sweet, kind
and
people.
So
not a bad
so a lot of them have been really fun. Like she initially found my channel through a Darktide stream with me and my brother. So that was fun.
Oh, that's awesome.
And so
just someone popping in. I mean, that tells you have something. Hopefully that if someone finds you like that, it means other people can find you like that. Which is,
I think not too long ago she had a graphics card failure, so she had to get a new one.
Shit.
But she was able to get a decent one. But it does sound like what she got was like a 30 series or something, but it was an upgrade from what she had. It wasn't too expensive by the sounds of it either, which isn't too bad.
That's good, at least.
But yeah, it sounds like it was a big upgrade. She's enjoying it that way. And she's also she's told me, and even just earlier on, and when I tuned into her stream yesterday, she was playing Space Marine 2, and she was like, Fluff, don't worry, this is a Helldivers 2, I swear. And I'm like, it's fine. Like we're not in a rush to get the super credits.
With this other game.
Well, it's one of her favorite games, but it was just like this joke that she wasn't.
Yeah, no, that's again the fact that someone's able to like have that slight awareness, that emotional awareness of like, if I seen somebody playing a game that we are playing together outside of that, I'd be like, what the fuck, man? I want to progress with you. It's like someone who has enough mental.
Well, it's more like we both like. We can only easily do a collab every Friday because of just how her schedule works.
Oh, sorry, Fluff, you're cutting out. I can't hear you right now.
Testing. It's on your end. Okay.
I'm good. I can hear you now.
So Fridays have been the only real main day we can do collabs together or streams together. She, of course, has her other ones that she does other times of the day, but the main reason is that she's over in the UK. It's much later over there. It's like 8 or so hours ahead. So as a result, like when I'm streaming, it's already close to bedtime for her. Like it's getting into like the 2 a.m.s or whatever. So
Jesus, really? Yikes.
So for Fridays, she was like, well, this works because I don't have to do anything the following day, so I can stay up a bit longer. So that's how she decided to do that. And then since then...
I was going to say, that's a...
Go ahead.
I was going to say, that's a testament to her character. The fact that, like, she enjoys Warhammer, enjoys playing games with you to the extent in which she's able to, like, she's basically not only planning stuff around you and all that stuff. That's just, there's very few people who are that considered, I think.
And she was the one that proposed the idea in the first place, so I was just surprised.
That's lovely, yeah.
And it's been very nice. But she also... was the one to like suggest like, well, hey, we don't only have to play this game. We can look at what other games we also share in common and decide. It's like, okay, well, it doesn't even have to only be Warhammer stuff. We could play Borderlands. We can play Vermintide. We can play whatever else. Helldivers ended up being just like a convenient thing of like, well, hey, here's a technically Warhammer adjacent, especially now that we're getting Warhammer content in it.
Also, the optics of it are smart. Like, there's a new update for the game that people are playing. The high probability that both of you guys will have more traffic to your streams is increased. That's a great idea, you know?
I think
Strike with Iron's hot, all that
I
stuff.
think I noticed I got like a much higher viewership doing Helldivers. Both.
I imagine. Yeah,
I think on both YouTube and
especially
Twitch.
if you're really deep into the game too. I think that helps.
Now the only thing I dread is the new War Bond comes out tomorrow, which counts as a big update, adds new content, and most of my mods are probably going to break because of how they affect things. And it's only frustrating because it's like, as long as it's not affecting existing armors, technically what I have set up should be fine. The issue is that like I have one that improves the icons of all the weapons to make them a little easier to read and know what they're supposed to be. And unfortunately, I think that one's going to break again, so I'm going to have to disable that one. I might have to disable all the mods again for how it works.
Brutal.
Which I'm fine with, because I did do that for playing with her. It's just nice. One of the main mods I'd really like is like called the Helldiverized Arsenal, where essentially it's like, let's just take all of the armors, all the weapons, everything, and unify them color scheme wise. So everything's black and yellow, or however I chose to, because that's where it's like, well, I like certain helmets, but I want to be able to wear it with certain armor. Too bad this thing's this like bone white, and this other helmet's like blue and orange.
Yeah, you have to adjust everything,
and it looks terrible together. Or I can mod it where everyone else will see it if they don't have a mod for it. Otherwise, everyone else will see it looking hideous. But I will see it as, well, hey, I get to wear what I want, and it looks good. I had a separate one. I forget the name, but it was like called like the Gilded Valkyries or something. That was like white, black, and gold trim. And it looked really good, but I don't think it's been updated as much recently, so I just switched over to the Helldiverized version. I also really like these two armor sets that a guy actually made in like Blender. He essentially made from the old Command & Conquer games, not Red Alert, the regular Command & Conquer games. He made a GDI soldier and a Hand of Nod soldier. And so I have it where the GDI one replaces one of my main choices of armor, and then I have the Nod armor replacing the Hellgast from Killzone. Because they initially had the Killzone collab, and they had it where some of it was free and some of it you had to purchase. Then they're like, okay, well, we messed up. Let's go and make it a new legendary warbond after the Halo one. They did the Halo one first, then they did the new one. They brought back the Killzone one and made that be. If you happen to have most of the parts, you just get the warbond for free. But then they also added additional stuff like the vehicle, skin, cosmetics, and things. So they brought all of that back, which is cool. And then, of course, there's the Halo ODST stuff, which they found a way to make it lore-friendly there. And now we're getting the Warhammer stuff, which is really cool. And people are like, oh, we wanted Space Marines. You weren't getting Space Marines. You were going to get the Imperials, the Astra Militarum. And so it's Cadian Kasserkin themed. So it's like, you get a Melt-A-Gun, which is really cool. You get a Hotshot Las Rifle, which is really cool. And you get a Bolt Pistol. And the Bolt Pistol is heavy penetration, which they revealed, which is really cool. Like, it's weird because we almost like never get heavy penetration primary weapons, but we've got now a couple secondaries that are that. Also, this guy looks crazy.
The Cat God 11 said, will you be joining me in the Kazurkin squad tomorrow, Fluff, for the Emperor?
And he's not playable.
Tomorrow,
Wings like that.
I probably won't be able to. I'm doing my Warhammer Wednesday with my brother. But on Friday, if you're available, Kat, you are welcome to join me, and you're welcome to join me and Pixie for that. That's when we'll be diving in, diving in. So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Ooh. Well, speaking of that, I gotta use the washroom real bad. We're gonna have to wind down slightly earlier. It was a pleasure talking to you, Fluff.
Yeah.
Appreciate you telling me everything about
I'll finish this story cutscene when whatever fight's about to happen, and probably wrap up the stream. It works as a good timing, like about 15 minutes to go. So I'll go ahead and do that.
This was lovely. I had a great time talking to you, as always, Fluff. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, night, or morning.
Well, you can see a little bit of Johnny.
Okay. Let's see. Real quick. It's a little bit delayed. Oh, okay. Okay, a little stabby poison boy. Gotcha.
I'm not sure if I'm supposed to beat him. I'm probably not.
So you do play characters in the story, just like every gacha game gacha. So it's like you still get to experience all of them. That's actually kind of cool. Hopefully, like they do that quite quickly. That way, well, probably not, because you say you're like at chapter 18 or something. So, with the idea that like, oh, I'm not sure if I want to play this character, but they give you in the story, you're like, oh, okay. Actually,
well, I do have him unlocked if I actually wanted to level him up, since he's one of the starting roster. He's like the starting team up of like what you would have in Genshin, where you had what were their names? Well, I'm just beating.
Factions and stuff. Yeah.
Well, they had the starting freebie characters that you would get pretty much in every gacha game.
Oh right,
your starting roster, so you at least have a full team to work with. Though the irony is that it's only 3 characters in this one. Separately, I haven't played much of it in weeks, but I need to go back and check out Neverness to Everness again, because there's a lot of neat stuff. There's including, I think Lone or someone else, or Shiromiya was playing. Oh, he's cool. Old man with a sword. Neat. But kind of looks like a character I would make in a game, to be honest.
That's awesome.
But what was I saying?
Neverness to Everness.
So with Neverness to Everness, there was a new story event that essentially has you in a board game that looks so much like Wonderlands. Like it's almost the same kind of layout where you're walking around. It's like it's a weird mix of like Wonderlands with like a little bit of Expedition 33 present as well. And everyone gets like new medieval fantasy outfits, which is fun. But yeah, it looks neat. Also, now I'm playing 2 different anime games that have essentially a Bahamut-style dragon character. Because I'm also playing Grand Blue. But yeah, anyways.
Who doesn't love a giant dragon guy, I guess?
Yeah. I mean, Bahamut's like...
I gotta go use the washroom.
If I recall, Bahamut's even like part of like Babylonian myth.
Is it Bahamut, or is it what is what you said?
I've heard Bahamut, I've heard Bahamut, I've heard Bahamut.
Okay.
It's
maybe,
a bunch.
Just pronunciation.
And then there's also like Tiamat, which is the one that's like in D&D, which is the multi-headed dragon queen and stuff like that. But apparently, like I think they're both tied to like Babylon mythos and things. But anyways,
like Tower of Babylon, shit like that. Okay.
Yeah. Cool. So.
Next stream.
Yeah.
Okay. Or next week.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kat, enjoy the rest of your week, buddy. I hope I can see you on Thursday. Fluff, I hope I can see you as well. But I understand if things get in the way. But enjoy the rest of your streams this week, buddy. Bye.
Yeah. Take care. So that wraps up our Taco Tuesday. I'll probably just go ahead and finish up this and call it a stream. But yeah, I'll probably do... I still need to save up super credits, so I'll be doing that probably later tonight and probably tomorrow. And then on Friday we'll be doing the collab with Pixie Logic for us playing some more, so hopefully she's able to save up as well. I think she's not far behind, just like 150 super credits behind me or so, and we both need 1500 just to be able to get access to it. How funny, they're even calling this an origin dragon, which I think similar naming in Grand Blue.
좋다. 그렇게 하지.
But anyways, so it was nice chatting with Grin again. I will try to update things and see if I can timestamp. It might not matter too much. I'll just be like, well, tune in if you want to listen to us chat about stuff again. A lot more spoilers than I imagined we'd be talking about, but that's fair enough. So I know she's playable, and I also have an alternate costume for her where she has like a less church-themed Pope hat attire, which I'll probably use on her. She's another lightning character, so that'll be fun. I'm curious, do I have another exchange yet? Nope, I still don't. Makes me wonder how long it takes to get the rest of these characters then. I already noted I'm planning on this character next, this Scion, and then after him I want to get Kalian, where she is like a Firefox mage lady. So, those two, then maybe Charlotte, maybe Astria, Lean, Reyna, Roxy, Alex, and Tart, probably. This might make me curious. I'm sure there's like currency dungeons also. Oh, what set? It gave me a full set of this. So this is pure attack power. Frost damage. Let me go ahead and equip. I think this one was the frost damage. Yeah. I think that so I get its HP up and yeah, that for her. Critical damage. Probably want to boost her attack power up. Probably more important than just max health. And then for loot, maybe burn. Well, the burn doesn't do anything for him, but neither does the poison. So I'll go ahead and do that. Supposed to return to the cathedral, but I will probably save that for when I stream this next week. It's been a fun game. Obviously, it's hard for me to pay attention or know what's being said aloud, so I can try to read. But it's a gacha game, or not a gacha game. I think I'll go ahead and just do this real quick and call it.
적당하군요.
여신의 뜻을 자비는 없다. 이제 나보아라. 이제 아프지 않을 거야. 숨쉴 가치도 없다. 공격 시작. 어서 나와줘. 여기서 떨어져라. 잡아려. 여신의 이름. 이 대벌을 받아. 확쭉 나가라. 자비를 구하지 마라. 숨쉴 가치도 없다. 자비는 없다. 죄를 끊어주마. 여신의 뜻. 우리 치료줄게. 차례야, 앞을 막아줘. 이리 꽂혀라. 네 죄를 알아보아라.
It was fun. Nice. So we got a bleed, status, poison. Let me see what I have for... I know I need to be upgrading the gear at some point as well, but I figured I'd hold off until I got higher or more ideal stuff for the characters as well. So, poison knockdown, critical damage reduction, attack power, max health. I mean, those aren't even active right now anyways.
기능만 충실하면 됩니다. 이 정도면 적합하겠죠.
That's all her stuff leveled as far as I can take it.
믿어줘서 고마워.
반짝이는 재료가 많으면 좋겠네.
Easy pop. So now those characters are a bit stronger, hopefully. Go ahead and, I guess, go return to the cathedral first. I mean, I'm almost at the point where I can get the novice stuff. Yeah, maybe I'll go ahead and do that, if it doesn't seem like it'll take too long.
오셨군요. 기다리고 있었습니다. 먼저 교단의 행사에 참여해 주셨는데 불미스러운 일을 겪게 한 점 진심으로 사죄드립니다. 저희의 준비가 미흡하여 여러분에게 폐를 끼치고 말았군요.
아니에요, 오네트님. 그런 일이 생길지 어떻게 알겠어요.
진룡이 등장할 거라고는 누구도 예상하지 못하겠죠.
그렇게 말씀해 주셔서 감사합니다. 무엇보다 그 상황에서 조니님이 먼저 나서주신 덕분에 무사히 위기를 넘길 수 있었습니다. 위험을 무릅쓰고 진룡에게 맞서주신 점, 교단을 대표하여 진심으로 감사의 말씀을 드립니다.
별것도 아닌 일에 일일이 인사받을 생각 없다. 그나저나 상심이 크겠군. 장례식이 엉망이 되어버렸으니.
네, 하지만 지금은 상심만 하고 있을 때가 아니겠죠. 오히려 앞으로의 위기를 알게 되었으니 대처해야 할 때라고 생각합니다. 염치 없지만 용병 여러분의 힘을 한 번 더 빌리고자 합니다.
좋다. 일이 이렇게 되었으니 끝까지 도와주지.
감사합니다. 진룡의 습격으로 인해 사람들에게 드래곤 더스트를 나눠드리지 못했습니다. 당장 사정이 급한 분들도 있기에 그분들에게라도 먼저 도움을 드리려고 합니다.
사람들에게 드래곤 더스트를 전달하면 되는 거죠? 맡겨만 주세요, 오네트님.
Well, we might be able to just get to part 20 at this point. Maybe. I feel like it's gonna be more...
류트, 명단은 잘 챙겼지? 어디로 가야 돼?
연금술 상점이랑 대장간, 그리고 몇 군데는 주소로만 적혀 있어.
이건 주택가의 주소 같네. 확실히 일반 사람들은 이런 시기에 드래곤 더스트를 구하기 힘들 텐데 큰 도움이 되겠어. 그럼 가까운 곳부터 차례대로 가볼까? 연금술 상점부터 가자고.
안녕하세요, 샤누아님.
여기 교단에서 지급하는 드래곤 더스트예요. 고마워. 끝이야? 왜 지급하는지 뭐 이런 건 안 궁금해? 아니야. 그냥 잘 쓰라고.
그럴게.
자, 다음은 어디였지? 대장간이라고 그랬나? 대장간은 처음 가봐서 긴장되네. 뭐, 긴장해야 할 거야. 아주 짜증나는 영감이거든. 저 실례합니다. 저기 실례합니다. 혹시 잘 안 들리시나? 예전에 대장장이들은 시끄러운 소리를 자주 들어서 귀가 어두워진다는 말을 들은 적이 있긴 한데. 뭐 그런 셈이지. 크게 말하면 되지 않을까? 왜 그렇게 웃는 거야? 일단 알겠어. 그럼 저기 실례합니다.
시끄럽다! 이 망할 꼬맹이가 대충 대답 안 하면 눈치껏 사라질 것이지 왜 자꾸 귀찮게 굴어? 에이? 너네도 마찬가지다, 거지 용병단. 내가 분명히 돈 생기기 전까진 오지 말라고 했을 텐데.
이봐 영감, 그런 말을 함부로 해도 되겠어? 어? 자꾸 그러면 드래곤 더스트 안 준다.
에? 뭐? 드래곤 더스트? 먼지나 안 들고 오면 다인 것들이 무슨?
교단에서 드래곤 더스트를 지급하고 있거든요.
그렇지. 그런데 이제 우리가 지급해주거든.
그렇군. 그럼 들어와도 되겠군. 편히 있다 가. 라고 하지 않았냐? 니놈들 것도 아니었잖아. 당장 놓고 안 꺼져.
자, 이제 더하면 진짜 못 올 것 같으니까 튀자. 카스텔라, 분명 나한테는 그냥 말 걸어도 된다며. 그래도 이제 대장장이가 누군지는 안 까먹을 거 아니야. 뭐 오르비스의 용병으로 왔으면 한 번은 겪어봐야 하는 일종의 문화지, 문화. 이런 문화는 없어져야 한다고 생각해.
그보다 류트, 다음 위치는 확인했어?
이쯤인 것 같은데. 어디 봐봐, 여기 맞네. 생각보다 많잖아. 이거 다 돌려면 시간 좀 걸리겠는데?
그러게, 서두르는 게 좋겠어. 일단 여기부터 시작하자.
후, 이제 명단에 있는 사람들에게는 다 나눠준 것 같아. 설마 용병 길드 사무소도 명단에 들어가 있을 줄이야.
용병 길드 사무소도 꽤 많은 마도구들을 사용하거든. 안 그러면 그 많은 용병을 다 관리할 수 없을 테니까. 이제 끝났으니 교단으로 돌아가서 보고를.
뭐? 너 뭐라고 했어?
이건
뭐야? 싸움이라도 났나? 구경 갈까? 구경 갈래? 카스텔라.
야, 목소리 좀 낮춰. 너 그러다 큰일 나 임마.
아니 어떻게 목소리를 낮춰? 그리고 너가 알 정도면 이미 다 안다는 소린데. 잠시만, 이거 설마 용병들을 왕성에서 강제로 징집하진 않겠지?
일단 진정 좀 해. 왕성에서 그럴 리가 없잖아. 칼쇼 전하가 그럴 뿐이시냐?
아니 이거 진짜 느낌이 좀 그런데 미리 짐 싸야 하나?
너 임마 아무리 그래도 의리 없게.
아 그냥 해본 소리지. 뭐 그래도 우리가 상대할 수 없는 건 맞잖아.
저놈의 진룡 소리만 오늘 벌써 몇 명째야? 진짜 진룡인 건 맞아?
뭐 자기 입으로 그랬다는데? 그 자리에 있던 사람들은 다 들었고.
참, 아니 말한다고 그대로 믿어? 그럼 나도 유경웅이다.
어허, 그런 말 함부로 하지 마라. 어쨌든 불안해하는 것도 이해는 가잖아. 그래도 뭐가 되었든 일단 우리에겐 영웅들이 있으니 괜찮지 않겠어?
벌써 소문이 퍼졌나 보네. 당연하지. 그 자리에 사람이 얼마나 많았는데. 아마 한 달이면 대륙 북부까지 소문날걸?
사람들이 생각보다 그렇게 불안해하지 않네.
60년은 생각보다 긴 시간이니까. 그리고 아직 육영웅을 믿고 있는 사람들도 많아.
걱정하지 마라. 다음에 만나면 이 몸이 이기니까.
그럴 거면 오늘 이겨주지 그랬냐. 자, 쓸데없는 소리 말고 교단에 보고부터 하러 가자. 아직 우리가 할 수 있는 일이 있을지도 모르잖아.
우리가 할 수 있는 일이라.
뭐하냐 리오트. 멍하니 있지 말고 가야지.
어서 오세요, 여러분. 이번에도 도움을 주셔서 감사합니다.
성녀님, 혹시 도와드릴 만한 일이 더 없을까요?
말씀만으로도 감사합니다만 아무래도 여러분을 필요로 하는 건 저만이 아닌 것 같군요. 실은 여러분이 묘역에서 일을 해주시는 동안 왕성에서 칼시온 전하와 에발트님을 뵙고 오는 길입니다.
에발트님이요?
이세라님의 장례식에서 드래곤을 물러나게 만드셨던 분이군요.
그렇습니다. 그분이 바로 오르비스 왕국의 검성이자 6영웅 중 한 명인 창염의 검성 에발트님이십니다.
우와, 그 무시무시한 드래곤의 기세에도 전혀 흔들림이 없으셔서 대단한 분이라고는 생각했는데. 그럼 광장에 있는 동상에서 커다란 검을 가진 사람이 에발트님이셨군요.
맞습니다. 그리고 에발트님께서는 여러분들과 만나기를 바라셨습니다.
그래. 장례식에서 만났을 때 한번 얘기를 나눠보고 싶다는 말을 들은 기억이 있군.
네. 안 그래도 에발트님이 조니님의 이야기를 하셨습니다. 약속을 기억하기 바라신다면서요.
좋다. 만나러 가자.
그럼 바로 로데릭 왕궁으로 향하셔도 괜찮습니다. 레이나 기사단장님이 여러분을 안내해 주실 겁니다.
Just try to finish this up if it stays within the city.
에발트는 안에 있나?
용병단장 조니, 에발트님은 그대의 친구가 아니다. 말을 가려서 하는 게 좋을.
나는 나보다 약한 자의 말은 듣지 않는다.
에발트님은 너보다 강하시다. 혹시 제정신이 아닌 건가?
무슨 소리를 하는 거냐? 네 이야기다.
뭐? 지금 뭐라고?
아이고 기사단장님, 이 녀석은 말씀하신 것처럼 제정신이 아니라서요. 상대하는 것 자체가 기사단장님한테 손해니 너그럽게 이해 좀 해주세요.
그래. 그때 진룡에게 맞선 사람이 너밖에 없었다는 사실은 인정하겠다. 하지만 다음에는 다를 것이다. 그러니 이번에 보인 무례는 넘어가도록 하지.
단장의 무례는 제가 대신 사과하겠습니다.
아, 에발트님은 궁전한 접견실에서 기다리고 계신다. 들어가 보도록.
어서 오게. 새로운 성녀님께 자초지종은 들었네만 아무래도 직접 이야기를 나눠보고 싶었다네. 그래, 자네들이 이세라의 마지막을 지켜주었다고.
그렇게 되었다.
그렇다면 로피도 만나봤겠군.
그래, 너의 육 영웅들이 밝히고 싶지 않아 하는 진실을 알게 되었지.
부끄러운 모습을 보이고 말았군.
걱정하지 마라. 남의 이야기를 떠들고 다니는 취미는 없다.
내가 자네들을 부른 이유는 그런 것 때문이 아닐세. 이세라의 마지막을 함께한 자네들이라면 알아야 한다고 생각했네. 육영웅을 탄생시킨 60년 전 진룡과의 싸움. 그 전설의 진실을 말일세. 아루갈은 우리가 예상했던 것보다 몇 배는 더 강했다네. 하지만 왕국의 전망이 걸린 싸움 앞에서 그대로 물러설 수는 없었지. 먼저 결심한 것은 이세라였네. 드래곤 더스트를 삼켜서라도 아루가를 쓰러뜨리기로 말일세. 하지만 단 한 명 로피만은 드래곤 더스트를 삼키는 것을 거부했지. 드래곤 더스트는 인간이 탐에서는 안 되는 힘이라며 말했어. 그렇게 모든 것을 내던지고 싸운 우리는 간신히 아루가를 처치할 수 있었다네. 그 직후 로피는 아루갈의 심장을 가지고 사라졌지. 힘이 다했던 우리는 그것을 막을 수 없었네. 그리고 남은 우리들은 긴 세월 동안 드래곤 더스트의 저주 속에서 고통스럽게 살아왔지. 이것이 세상의 영웅남으로 알려진 유경웅 이야기의 진실일세. 이세라가 로피에게서 찾으려 했던 그 물건은 드래곤 하트일 테지. 그녀가 아직도 그것을 갈망하고 있을 줄은 몰랐네. 벌써 수십 년이 흘렀건만. 오랜 세월을 고통 속에서 살아왔지만 그녀는 오르비스를 진심으로 사랑하며 지키려 했네. 비록 육영웅의 관계가 자네들이 생각하는 것과는 다를지 모르나 그들의 진심만큼은 오해하지 않았으면 하네.
그래. 다시 말하지만 떠들고 다닐 생각은 없다. 나 또한 너희의 희생을 존중한다.
그래, 고맙네. 재미없는 옛날 이야기는 이쯤 하도록 하지. 이제는 중요한 이야기를 해볼까 하네. 오르비스의 진용이 나타나면서 세상은 다시 위험에 빠졌지.
따로 생각해둔 방법이 있나?
그렇게 거창한 방법은 없네. 이전에도 지금도 내가 할 수 있는 건 하나뿐일세. 용을 베는 것. 물론 혼자서는 불가능하겠지. 나는 드래곤 소드들과 육 영웅들을 다시 모아 진용에 대응할 생각이네. 허나 다른 육 영웅들은 나를 만나주지 않겠지. 그래서 자네들이 그들을 찾는데 도움을 주었으면 하네.
왜 우리에게 이런 의뢰를 하는 거지? 사람을 찾는데 더 적합한 이들이 있을 텐데.
의외로군. 자네는 스스로를 과소평가하지 않는 사내라고 알고 있었네만.
확실히 우리 실력은 용병 중에서도 최고 수준이지. 물론 우리는 그만큼 비싼 용병날이다.
걱정 말게. 보수는 확실하게 지급하지. 그럼 의뢰를 맡아주겠는가?
좋다. 그 제안 받아들이겠다.
잠시만요, 에발트님. 단장, 잠시 이야기 좀 할까?
아리야, 갑자기 왜 그래?
단장, 나는 이번 의뢰는 반대야.
뭐?
이유가 뭐지?
이세라님 때의 일을 벌써 잊은 건 아니겠지? 우리가 무슨 일을 겪었는지 생각해봐. 그 이후로 드래곤 더스트 중독에 대해 조금 더 찾아봤어. 과도한 고통과 침식 현상으로 아예 다른 사람이 되는 경우도 흔하다고 해.
근데 이세라님도 처음 봤을 때는 멀쩡해 보였고 에발트님도 별로 심각해 보이지 않던데? 질룡이 나타나서 위험한 건 사실이니까 그냥 다 같이 모여서 싹싹 해치우고 다시 서로 갈 길 가면 안 되나?
카스텔라, 난 심각해. 정말 그게 가능하다고 생각한 건 아니라고 믿어.
아리야, 네 생각은 잘 알겠다. 하지만 이 의뢰는 우리가 한다.
이유를 물어봐도 될까, 단장? 별 생각 없이 어처구니 없는 말을 늘어놓는다면
우리가 하지 않는다고 안 찾을 것 같나? 성녀조차 결국 로피를 찾아냈지. 에발트가 말은 저렇게 하더라도 우리가 거절하면 결국 다른 인원을 보낼 거다.
그럼 어떻게 하려고? 어차피 만날 것 같으니 우리가 그냥 하겠다는 거야?
기억해둬라, 류트. 용병이라면 의뢰받은 내용을 유연하게 해석할 줄도 알아야 한다. 에발트는 6영웅을 찾는데 도움을 달라고 했지. 데려와 달라고는 안 했다.
그럼 설마...
나는 분명 6영웅을 찾을 생각이다. 하지만 지금 데려올 생각은 눈꼽만큼도 없다.
결국에는 지금 육영웅을 상대로 사기를 치겠다는 소리야?
무슨 소리냐, 류트! 사기라니! 굳이 6영웅이 신령과 싸우기 전부터 만날 필요는 없다. 6영웅을 찾는 의뢰로 우리는 실적을 챙기고 신령에 대한 대비도 하고 내 계획은 완벽하다.
하여간 너란 놈은... 뭐 그래, 솔직히 틀린 말은 아니네.
어떠냐, 아리야? 이래도 내가 생각 없이 일을 진행한 것 같나?
응? 지금 그게 말이 된다고 생각해? 와, 하지만 카스텔라까지 동의한 이상 어쩔 수 없네. 뒤에 문제가 생기면 단장한테 다 떠넘길 거야.
하하하하! 걱정 마라. 무슨 일이 생기면 내가 너희를 책임질 테니.
Hey, Ornette. Cool. It's guiding me to do the crew promotion, so I should do that. Dungeon request. Should save that for next time, at least. You keep getting more and more to talk to, so I'll just go ahead and call it here. Hope you all have a good evening, have a good night. I'll catch you in tomorrow's stream. I gotta go do some things, or at least try to, so I'll raid out over on Twitch side, and I'll see you next time. So until then, have a good evening, have a good night, and bye for now.
Like, how did one guy get